All right. Hello, everybody.
Hello there.
How's everybody doing? We have Kevin here again today. If you guys didn't tune in last time, you're like, who the hell is this guy? This is my buddy Kevin. We've been friends for a long time. He's also a history guy. He's more of a Japanese history guy. But, you grow up in America, you learn plenty of American history. So he's perfectly qualified to be here. Zod says, 1 minute late. Good job I'm not paying for this service. Yeah, that's right. We're giving you free content.
Of course.
Funded by the beautiful YouTube advertisers. What a wonderful system we have going. Ethan 2. Okay.
Yes.
No one wants to accept the name Kevin. We've just got Ethan 2 once again.
I understand. Everybody gets my name wrong.
That's fine. But if, it is Cavan, C-A-V-A-N, to anybody. Just if anybody's watching back.
I mean, we could we pin it in the chat? But anyway, I think Ethan 2, it sticks.
Yeah, I think it sticks. It's also not like someone enters into the chat, like Cavan is pinned. I don't know if it's even worth it at that point. Yeah, JK, Ethan 2's fine. I don't think anyone really cares. Okay, so today... this is part 2 of our U.S. President live stream. I think, foolishly, we thought we might get through all presidents in one stream.
Yeah.
That did not end up happening. We got, I'd say definitely more than halfway, but we have a substantial amount more to do. Today, we will be going from Herbert Hoover onwards. And so, just a bit of a disclaimer for people here right now, and anybody watching the VOD. It's going to be political. I'm sorry. It's just how it is. We're going to still try and give, an objective analysis. But especially when we get to, Bush, Obama, Trump, these guys are so polarizing, so controversial, that anything we say will be debated and disagreed with. There's no accepted facts these days. It's a bit of a problem, in my opinion, that we can't agree on anything, but that's how it is. And so, especially some of the more modern presidents, it's going to be political, and our opinions are going to come into it. But remember, this is our list. We're judging based on our parameters, and it's fair to have a different opinion. You can make your own tier list, but that's sort of how we're doing things here. Shad says, wrong. My opinion is obviously the correct one. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not necessarily afraid to talk about politics, but I don't like the vitriol, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this channel is a history channel. I try to keep it fairly friendly and sort of academic in tone. So I don't like whenever people get real nasty, you know what I mean? That's what I don't like about the politics. I try to avoid that. But outside of that, I don't mind talking about politics.
Yeah. When we get to the real recent ones, we're actually going to bring out boxing gloves because it's going to get so heated. So
yeah, we're just going to fight.
We have them on the ready.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's our strategy for when we get to the last couple of presidents. We're just going to fucking fight each other. I'm European. I'll just believe whichever Ethan speaks more confidently. All right. I think we'll have similar opinions, but... yeah, I mean, we have a lot of non-American viewers here. Shad is Indian. We have a lot of Europeans. So maybe for some of you, it's a little less toxic than us.
Yes.
Because we know if we talk about American politics with Americans, it gets real crazy. But maybe you guys are a tad more detached. Though we had some strong opinions last time. I'll say that much. We had some interesting opinions. I say we start off. Let me go. Here we go. Alright, I'm gonna have to scoot a little bit.
Oh no, he's getting closer to me.
I know, this is unfortunate, but it just is what it is. And then we might wanna... Alright.
Enlarge.
How does this look, everybody? To all the viewers out there, does this look okay? Are we zoomed in well enough, etc., etc.? Brings back memories of that one time I had a dream that... Oh yeah. Ethan got on the news for controversial political views that were never remotely specified.
We can make that happen, actually. It would be very easy.
I loved when Dennis told me that, because I was like, that kind of sounds like something that would happen. Like, Ethan, controversial on the news for vague political beliefs. I was like, yeah, that could happen. Let me send out a notification, or actually, the Discord might have already sent out a notification. Yes, it did. See, that's what we have ping cord for. Everyone's asking, where is Light? I don't know, maybe he's taking a day off. Light is he's Swedish, but he's our honorary American, because he knows so much about American politics. He's a U.S. Supreme Court case buff. He loves U.S. Supreme Court cases as a Swedish individual, so I mean, I respect that. Hopefully Light will stop by at some point, because he's one of the few of you, non-Americans who actually knows about our politics. Yeah, Discord has a love-hate relationship with Pingcord. Yeah, if you're not in the Discord, you don't know about, we have the bot Pingcord that notifies people whenever we upload a new video, but people don't like that it also pings when a short is uploaded, but I can't do nothing about it. I wish I could alter the bot and tell it only to announce videos that are like more than 2 minutes long, but it's either I have the bot doing it automatically and people get annoyed about the shorts being pinged, or I have to do it myself, which would mean that it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
So
Alrighty then.
Alright. I like Dennis going deeper into the dream. What, that guy? He's so controversial, but nobody ever explained what the fuck Ethan had said, and I was just here like, I just watched him react to his story civilis. What's happening? Yeah, I like that. That's funny. We should also today be streaming in a crisp 1080p 60 FPS. I recently acquired myself a new computer, so we should be dealing with better quality than we used to have. And please let me know if there's any dips in quality, or especially frame rate drops, because like I said, I'm working with a new computer, so there might be some issues. And if there is, then let me know, and I'll try and sort that out. All right. So, I've rambled for about 9 minutes now. I better have the RTX 4090 Super. I say we start off by, we don't have to go president by president, but can...
A quick review.
A quick review of our tier list up until this point, and then we can go on. So, we don't have to cover every C and D tier,
Yeah.
But we should do the important ones. So, we have our S tier, which so far has George Washington and Abraham Lincoln.
Depends on where you are.
Depends on where you are. Which I think is fair. We may have someone to add to S tier.
We'll see.
Here we go. Light is here.
He's back.
Our honorary American. And then, we've got Teddy Roosevelt, Thomas Jefferson. These are pretty uncontroversial A tiers.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loves Teddy Roosevelt. And then Ulysses Grant. Ulysses S. Grant. More of a controversial A tier.
I agree we have a bit of a bias for Grant.
Yes.
But
and I accept that. Look, and someone asked me this last time, I would accept Grant as a high B tier. I understand that for a lot of people, the corruption really brings him down. And also, sort of not great handling of Native Americans, though that applies to a lot of people. But I understand for some people, those things bring him down to a B tier. I would accept a B tier. I get that. I just think for us, Grant really pushing for civil rights is pretty exceptional, and he actually accomplished a lot. It was later undone, but he accomplished a lot. And so for us, that knocks him up to A tier.
Yeah.
Should redo this one for April Fools, where you live stream a still image of a completed tier list with the caption, politicians, everyone in F tier. Every president's an F tier. All right, and I'm trying to think, is there anything we even want to mention in these tiers?
Actually, I don't think it'll apply again. But NA is just
Right.
the ones that they're either still president,
Yeah.
or their presidency was so short that we just decided to cut it. Like we can't rate them.
Yeah, and
Although I'll die on the hill that we should have ranked William Henry Harrison because he had one promise, and that was that he was healthy,
yeah.
and then he died.
I get that. And Mr. Mister asked something related to what you said, which is how are you ranking them, just their terms in office or their whole life? So it's just their terms in office. And that's why, we have this not applicable tier, because we're only ranking the terms in office. So you might have a president who is a terrible president, but maybe a good person. They accomplished something outside of their presidency.
Yeah.
We have some people like that coming up. Or we talk about like John Quincy Adams. It's a good example of someone who we put in C tier for sort of mid-presidency. But outside of his presidency, he was very accomplished. But we're not judging those out-of-presidency accomplishments.
Or if they did something horrible out of the presidency, but they didn't do it during their presidency, we're not going to include it.
Yeah, and so it feels like... And we discussed this last time, so you can go back and watch the first one if you're interested. But just briefly, how we're ranking these guys. We're not ranking them on how good of a person they were, and we're trying not to rank them on how much we personally like them, though those biases get into it. We like Grant a lot. How we're generally trying to judge is just on a pretty basic, what impact did this individual have on the country? That's sort of it. What positive impact, what negative impact, what did they do, what didn't they do?
Right.
That can be just as important sometimes. And so that's what we're judging on. Now, that is a obviously extremely subjective parameter, but, you can't really do it anyway but subjective. We're using our opinions to judge these individuals. And, we sort of reference back to the more, objective mainstream opinion at times. Like we said, Grant usually is more of a B tier.
Right.
That's sort of the canon mainstream take. So we're fine discussing that, but that is how we're going to rate these guys. And just to cover, we have our F tier. We have Jackson, we have Buchanan, and we have Johnson. Buchanan and Johnson, pretty uncontroversial.
Yeah.
Buchanan, just for his absolute lack of action, and frankly, enabling of the southern states as we slid towards civil war. Johnson, because of his countless attempts to, first of all, just block anything Congress did, and then absolutely stifle Reconstruction. And then Andrew Jackson, a little more controversial. I know there are some Jackson fans out there. I saw Mr. Beat released, not Mr. Beast, Mr. Beat, who I know some of you are familiar with, released a video on Andrew Jackson recently. It was a good one. I know there's some Jackson fans out there, and, he is quite the character.
Yes.
That's, you can't debate that. He is a fascinating guy. There's this book, American Lion, about Andrew Jackson, which is a fantastic read. But as a president, pretty horrible. There's some pluses, but just truly humanitarian disaster.
and yes, Alex, we're right 100% of the time, always right. Everyone else is wrong. Don't listen to them.
Yeah, no, this is actually...
Don't quote me on that, though.
This is actually objective. Our opinions are just correct. All right. And of course we have Biden in not applicable because his term isn't over yet,
right.
So we can't rank him. But... a little peek at the future. We will be ranking Trump.
Yes.
So, that's going to be fun. Jackson was on that W Sigma grind set. 1 duel per day. Get him done! How many duels could one man get into? How many Native Americans can one man murder? Find out with Andrew Jackson.
On the next episode of Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, let's see them enforce. Yeah. Supreme Court skill issue. Well, yeah, the Supreme Court. We might be talking about that a little bit today as well.
Yes.
All right. So, I say we get started. As I mentioned, we're starting with good old Herbert Hoover, 1929 to 1933. And so, I've got some notes here on each president. We're going to go through the notes and then sort of give our opinions. So, Herbert Hoover.
I guess we should say
yes.
is that... right before we get into it, sorry, For us, C and D, reviewing C as the middle.
Yeah.
It's not that's why, because somebody said, why do we have so many Ds? It's because D is when you're slightly below average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Cabin said it. C is average, and, just by the nature of it, most should be average,
Right.
There's only a few exceptional out there. And then D is below average, and, I feel like if you look at a lot of different countries throughout a lot of history, most leaders are average to slightly below average. And I don't think we're much of an exception. A lot of the people here are average or below average. Meh is C, D is bad, F is terrible.
Yeah.
So I don't think... Yeah, I think D is bad. So you're solidly bad if you're in D tier, but I think, frankly, we have a good case that all of these guys are solidly bad. They're not just meh, they're bad.
Right.
So you can't go in C tier if you're, like, straight up bad. You know what I mean? C tier is for meh, average, or a mixed bag. And yeah, of course, also, like, there's lower D and higher D, so there's a spectrum within each tier as well.
Yes.
I mean, look, guys, at the end of the day, this is a tier list, and you're arbitrarily ranking things. You could add as many tiers as you wanted. You could just rank them out of 100. So it's all arbitrary at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Is 20 Ds a possibility? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I mean, mathematically,
Mathematically, but
Yeah.
probably not. Maybe close. I mean,
yeah, it actually might.
I think we'll probably end up with a strong, a lot of Ds.
Conan O'Brien, I'll take it.
All right, so Herbert Hoover. Some of you haven't heard of Herbert Hoover, which is kind of surprising, but we have a lot of non-Americans here.
Yeah.
I think, well, most Americans don't know most presidents, but Hoover is probably a more well-known name.
Mainly because of that dam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Herbert Hoover, just to sort of give you an idea of his whole vibe, we're talking about a big private business, capitalism, free market type individual. He did not like public ventures. He always wanted to work through business leaders. Hoover opposed relief for the unemployed. Under Hoover, we have the Smoot-Hawley Tariff, which, well, basically, the thing about Hoover is that we had the Great Depression.
Yes.
That's the thing about Hoover. So, Hoover is one of these sort of free market capitalists, like his predecessor, and I think we sort of made a bit of a point last time that some of that probably contributed to the emergence of the Depression, this, unregulated market, all this speculation, this credit that rolled into the Depression. And so we have JCH pointing out here, we have the Smoot-Hawley Tariff during the Depression, which is the Depression breaks out, and Hoover's like, all right, why don't we raise tariffs? Which is just about the worst idea you could have during a depression. I mean, I guess it depends on your opinion, but I'd say these days a lot of countries sort of abide by some degree of Keynesian economics, where the idea is during a depression, you need to basically lower the burden on individuals, lower taxes, and start spending money to help people. Hoover said, why don't we not do that?
Yeah.
Why don't we raise tariffs? And Otis says, I think the Great Depression was inevitable. I don't think it was inevitable, but I see what you mean, as in it was the causes were already in place.
Yeah.
It wasn't Hoover's fault, but he certainly didn't do enough to help the situation.
The dominoes were already falling, and he could have stopped said dominoes to a degree.
To a degree, yeah.
And he chose to just add more to the stack.
And so one of the suggestions was for the United States to leave the gold standard. Hoover refused that. Of course, that is what's going to happen. Only by 1932 did Hoover finally approve some financial aid. So we're talking, that's already 3 years into the Depression.
Yeah.
That's pretty major. We also have, he ignored civil rights. And also something interesting was that Hoover was big on deporting illegal immigrants. But from what I could tell, a majority of those deported were American citizens. So basically, he was just deporting Mexican Americans, right?
Yeah.
And also supported prohibition, which is just a big...
It was a big goof.
L.
Yeah.
And then probably one of Hoover's worst moments is when you have the Bonus Army in Washington. And for those that don't know, the Bonus Army was veterans who had served in the First World War who wanted to get their bonuses early because they were struggling. They were seeking help from the government. And, I think especially even then, but especially today, there's a lot of talk about, helping the troops and giving the troops aid and all that sort of stuff. Hoover, what he does is he sends out Douglas MacArthur and the troops to clear out the Bonus Army, which was an extremely unpopular move. People did not like that.
Even to this day, people are reasonably upset with that.
But at the time as well, I mean, he was destroyed in the press for that decision. So what I'm getting is that Hoover was a based red pill kind of guy.
If you want to put it that way.
Yeah. So Hoover, I think he's a low D. Because, and you said, and here's what I think, and I sort of disagree a little bit with something you said, is that I think he could have lessened the Depression and aided more. But I think the dominoes were already falling, and I don't think he could have prevented it. He could have done more. I think if Hoover literally could have stopped the whole thing, then F tier would be more fair. But I don't think he could have stopped it. I just think he could have done more. And so for me, he's a low fair. D. I don't know. What do you think?
I think I could get along with low D because he's not doing the things that the people we have in F tier doing.
Yeah.
But he's certainly not as good as the people in high D.
Yeah. All right. So what do we think? Is he? So bottom of D, we've got quite the group of guys. Imagine eating lunch with these guys. You got Franklin Pierce, Kansas, Nebraska, Franklin Pierce. You've got Indian Removal Act, Martin Van Buren. You've got racist supreme Woodrow Wilson. Where does Herbert Hoover rank amongst these individuals?
You want to flip the coin?
I mean, pretty bad. I would say probably... I mean, the thing is, I know that what he did, his lack of action, led to a serious amount of despair and death and hunger. But it's just with Martin Van Buren and Franklin Pierce, I can't get over the just actual violence that was committed because of them.
Yeah, when it comes to Wilson,
people are saying just above Wilson.
Okay, hear me out. This might be a little controversial on this one. I can't really think of any positives of Hoover. I can at least think of like one for Wilson, which would be his 14 points, which granted didn't come to fruition, especially not for the U.S. because we made a separate peace deal. But like he had some decent things, granted a lot of other horrible things. So I don't know. It's up to you two, I suppose.
Hoover didn't segregate the government, but Hoover did deport many American citizens.
Yeah,
which is pretty. If we're talking about the racism meter, that's pretty bad. Just deporting a bunch of Mexican Americans who were Americans, but were just
And also, the greatest conflict that the world had ever seen at this point was World War I, and he's just casting aside the Americans that fought in that war, which also not a great look.
Yeah. And JCH is listing all the bad things that Wilson did, and we agree. But
Wilson's horrible.
Don't get me wrong. It's truly terrible. But yeah, I think I agree that Hoover is maybe a little bit below.
It's close though. It is real close.
Did you see what John said? Hoover didn't put a cage around black employees. Imagine just the literal manifestation of Woodrow Wilson's racism.
Yeah, that's also true.
Oh man, yeah, Wilson was terrible. We covered this last time. Okay, so onwards to FDR, and I know Kevin and I have a bit of a disagreement.
We've had our spats in the past about.
We have a bit of a disagreement on FDR, so this is going to be a debate. Well, not really a debate, but we have some disagreements. So,
Yeah. We both agree he's good.
FDR,
Yeah.
1933 to 1945. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, of course, related to Theodore Roosevelt.
Yes.
Cousins. So, great. So, yeah, the thing about FDR is there's a lot to go over. There was a lot. So,
Yeah.
give a brief overview first. FDR comes into power during the Depression. He does a lot of action to counter the Depression. We can talk about how effective or ineffective that was, and then becomes America's wartime leader during, the build-up to World War II, and then World War II itself, both before and, of course, after U.S. intervention. He dies in 1945, but if we're talking about World War II, he is the American leader throughout the vast majority of that period. Of course, Truman takes over right at the end.
What month does he die in 45? Because
I don't know, but I mean,
because the war only ends in
But you think about, when I think about the end of the Pacific War, that's mostly
Right.
Truman I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
So, like the bombs and all that sort of thing. Anything sort of before that, we're talking about
We're
FDR.
talking FDR.
Okay, so I have a lot of stuff listed here, so let's get started. First off, and we have to start somewhere. A lot of people saying the GOAT of all presidents. So, I agree. Franklin, Churchill, and Stalin, the Holy Trinity. I would call it the Holy Trinity, but yes, the Allied powers. Definitely a fascinating trio of men. I'll say that much. So FDR, one thing he did was the fireside chats. How about that? During the Depression, FDR does these fireside chats. In an era where more and more Americans have access to the radio, Franklin Delano Roosevelt sits down by his fireplace, turns on the radio, and broadcasts to millions of Americans, giving them sort of a more personable view of the president, communicating with them more directly. I think that's pretty cool. More
Quite
direct.
honestly, I think that's my favorite thing that he did.
Wow.
Like, I really appreciate something like that.
Okay.
Like, a lot of people view the president as this colossal figure, but he's kind of bringing himself down to the American public, which that's something I personally can appreciate.
All right. I don't know if it's his favorite thing I did, but I like it. I like that. It's good. We have the Emergency Banking Act, which is where FDR regulates banks. The Fed issues banknotes. He ends prohibition. I mean, that's good.
Yeah.
Prohibition was...
Shouldn't have been in that position in the first place.
Yeah, prohibition was just a total disaster. Total disaster. We have the Federal Emergency Relief Administration, the Public Works Administration, Civilian Conservation Corps, all of these different organizations that are basically designed in one way or another to drag Americans out of the Depression. We're talking about public works. We're talking about a lot of rural projects, electrify rural areas, that sort of thing. We're talking about relief to the individual states. We're talking about mortgage relief to homeowners and farmers. We have the National Industrial Recovery Act, which adds some regulation to industry, which I think is probably a good thing. We have the Glass-Steagall Act, creating the FDIC insurance. Basically, we're talking about insurance on American bank deposits, which I think is that might be one of my favorite things he's done. Truly an incredible idea. The idea that if your bank goes under, your deposit should be insured by the government, provides a lot of stability to the banking sector, a lot of stability to the economy. If we remember recently, there were two crypto tech banks, I forget their names, that collapsed, and they didn't have FDIC insurance because they weren't properly regulated, and that caused a total disaster. So FDIC insurance is fantastic. JCH is saying World War II ended the Depression, not FDR's New Deal. Now, JCH is not as cut and dry as you're making it. There are numerous studies, but a lot of these studies come from different angles. There's basically disagreement over to what extent FDR's policies brought the Depression to a close. I'm of the belief that I think ultimately it was brought to an end by World War II.
I feel like World War II might have been the bulk of it, but
Yeah.
FDR definitely did pass some things like we're going to get to the Dust Bowl, which is a huge part of World War II, and his policies in resolving that definitely helped end the Depression.
Yeah, I think that FDR made a real strong effort to end the Depression. And also, here's what I think. Whether or not you think that FDR's policies brought an end to the Depression, I think it's just good to give people aid during this time. You know what people talk about bringing an end to the Depression. What does that exactly mean? Bringing an end to the economic decline? Sure. But, you know, isn't it really important to, like, give people jobs and make sure people can feed themselves and have a place to live and that sort of thing? That's what I think FDR really contributed to the Depression at a time when people were starving and homeless and jobless. FDR basically bolstered all of those things.
Seems like we've got quite the debate over there.
Yeah, we do. FDR's like Antoninus Pius, never really tested. I think Light's kidding there, but if not, you're insane. FDR was tested more than almost any other president. And yeah, Mr. Mister's pointing out, FDR had polio, which paralyzed him from the waist down. And so, you know, it was pretty incredible that despite his disability, he managed to be the impressive, encouraging leader that he was. Yeah. He would often use like these crutches / braces to stand up and walk around to sort of present an image of himself to the people. His policy helped end the Depression. World War II really ended it. Yeah, people seem to sort of agree with the idea that, you know, FDR definitely helped during the Depression, maybe slowed it or limited it, but that World War II was the final end of the Depression, which I think I largely agree with. He got reelected 4 times for a reason. Yeah, that's what I think, honestly. You know, I'm sort of glad we limited it after him.
Well, granted, he might have lost one of those elections if, you know, somebody didn't get assassinated. That is
maybe.
True.
We don't know how it would have gone.
Yeah, I'm just putting that out there.
Maybe. Okay, so, my goodness, we have a lot. Social Security Act, based. National Labor Relations Board established. This is just a good thing, you know, to have at least some regulatory mechanism to deal with labor crises, instead of just dealing with it ad hoc. So, SCOTUS overturned, or tried to overturn, many of his programs, and so FDR attempted to pack the court, which he failed to do.
Yes.
And I will say, to play a little bit of defense, a couple of things. First off, FDR tried to pack the court by passing a bill through Congress. So this was not a unilateral, action by the president. And, you know, he ended up failing. Not that that should absolve him of all responsibility. And what I will also say, and, there's been a lot of SCOTUS decisions recently. Supreme Court, by the way, SCOTUS. The Supreme Court can be pretty whack at times.
Yes.
As in, they can make some pretty harmful decisions. And so, I don't know, I do kind of empathize with the idea that, like, hey, I'm just trying to do something good. Can you please stop blocking me? I understand the purpose that the Supreme Court plays. And I do accept that there needs to be a balance of powers and, some limits on each of these different branches. But, I think the Supreme Court can overstep its bounds sometimes. So I totally disagree with JCH here. He is talking about the Japanese internment camps, and which I agree were a horrible, horrible atrocity. He thinks FDR can be no higher than a C tier for that. I'm sorry, but I agree. The Japanese internment camps were truly a humanitarian disaster. A truly terrible, terrible thing to do. But he has so many other accomplishments that bring him up.
Personally, I'll bring that up later when we're talking about his actual ranking, because for me, that's a pretty heavy-handed thing. But
yes.
We'll get to that.
I think there's room for movement, but I think both Cavan and I agree with this. Otis says no lower than an A tier.
Yeah, I could get behind that.
I certainly agree with that. Plus, there's Yalta. I don't think that's a point against him. Trying to pack the Supreme Court, we just talked about that. Seizing everyone's gold. What? Okay. I don't know. I didn't know we had gold fans in here in the year 2023. I disagree with that point as well.
My gold.
Denying Jews a home. I gotta say, JCH, you do not like FDR. I say denying Jews a home is pretty unfavorable framing. I think that's a negative for FDR, that he didn't allow in as many Jews as I think he should have. He should have taken far more action to aid Jews coming from Germany and Poland and Europe. So, yeah, I do think that's a negative. Okay, we have more to do.
Yeah, we've got a lot to cover for him. He was president for a long, long time.
So, we have, from FDR, the good neighbor policy. Less intervention in Latin America. Normalized relations with the USSR. I think these are good things, you know? I think these are good international policies. He continued deporting Mexican Americans, so we continue this Hoover administration policy. We have the FEPC, prohibited discrimination in employment. FDR was also sort of the first Democrat to build this this coalition amongst, working peoples and a lot of black voters. I think you could argue that he didn't live up to those promises, especially for non-white Americans. So there's something to be said there. It's an interesting dynamic. Then we have sort of the build-up to World War II. We have the Lend-Lease Act for the UK and China. We talk about the UK a lot. We forget about China. We were also given aid to China. We have the FDR and Churchill Atlantic Charter. The UK and the US get together, and they put these points forward on their vision for the future. We of course have the Manhattan Project. We have the Oppenheimer movie coming out. Now, you can sort of have, I guess your people's perspectives might differ on the Manhattan Project. What I would say is that someone was going to make a nuke.
I think we should put it this way for FDR, is that he started the project, but he wasn't the one that ultimately used it.
So in terms of the, dropping the nuclear bombs, whatever you think of that, that's more on Truman than FDR. The Manhattan Project itself, I would say probably, more good than bad, but more just something to look back on. Shad says Barbie over Oppenheimer. Yeah, we have the whole Barbenheimer thing going on right now. We have all the conferences with Churchill and Stalin. I had, Jewish immigration, which we already talked about. Japanese internment camps, which we also talked about. And then the last sort of big boon, I think, is the GI Bill. So the GI Bill, big W. It really pushed the next generation of Americans forward. Now, one big issue with the GI Bill is that it was implemented in a very discriminatory way. This is like, when we look about sort of modern American history, the GI Bill really did not apply to black Americans in the same way it did to white Americans. What I would say is that FDR was dead at that point.
Yeah.
And it was less about the bill itself and more about the implementation. Now, I'm not necessarily making the argument that FDR would have done it differently, but I'm not sure you can blame him for that because he was dead and gone. You got to blame, maybe not even Truman. It's people under Truman. It's more the closer to the ground administration. So I think you can give FDR big credit for the GI Bill, though the implementation was certainly very flawed.
Something that you and I have discussed before when we've had this debate about FDR is the way the U.S. handled the Japanese Embargo Act, things like that. Mm-hmm. Now, I know we've said it doesn't exactly fall on FDR because it was a Congress decision, but I do think he did allow that to pass. It wasn't vetoed, correct? I don't believe it was. So I do think he does get some of that because that is what eventually spurs Japan to go to war with
Yeah,
the US.
okay.
Granted, Japan was doing horrible things at the time. I am not going to condone that, but...
Yeah, so I understand where you're coming. Kevin's making the argument that FDR sort of, pushed the United States closer to war with Japan, or at least, it could have performed better in that avenue. And, I see some truth there.
I can't exactly blame him for it either. Good, that's also true.
I would sort of push back and say, and you've acknowledged that it's like you can't exactly blame him for that. There were a lot of other factors at the time. And I also think, frankly, that, if you look into it, I think the State Department itself is more responsible for what happened. And I agree that FDR is the guy at the top. He has ultimate responsibility. But the State Department is a disaster, and frankly, has been a disaster for a lot of American history.
Oh, I agree. It was inevitable. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying the action to embargo them is an action that brings us closer to war. Because that's what cuts off their oil supply eventually.
Yeah.
All that fun stuff.
I agree with Zod's. I don't think you can really blame that on FDR. But I understand where you're coming from. You think you could have behaved differently. I don't know. Okay, so now we get to ranking of FDR. Yeah. So basically, I'll just put myself out there. FDR is one of my favorite presidents, very easily. I think he's one of the greatest presidents this country's ever had. He's a definite S tier for me. I really respect someone who is basically put in a tough position, and with slip-ups and some true atrocities, including the internment camps, but someone who basically does what he has to get shit done. And you talk about, like, packing the Supreme Court, and I don't necessarily think that's a good thing, but I think FDR was someone who knew what he needed to do to basically save the country. I often think if FDR hadn't been in power, what would have happened to America? I think we could have gone down a very, very dark path, and I think saving us in more ways than one, FDR should be put into S tier, and that is my opinion.
Personally, look, great president. I'm not gonna shit on him too much about it, but he's A for me. Where we put him in A, that's whatever to me. But I feel like if you commit one of the worst human rights violations within modern history in the U.S., it's got to keep you at S tier. Like, look, if you're going to have Japanese exclusion, we talked about he was still trying to push out Mexican Americans. If you're doing things like that, it's going to bring you down. Like, he did a lot of good stuff. Don't get me wrong. A lot of good stuff. He pulls us through World War II. Aids with us getting out of the Depression. Helps end the Dust Bowl. But with those two things, like, it's too much. That with the Supreme Court packing, I understand that you could argue that it's necessary.
I don't think it's necessary, by the way.
Yeah. You could argue that it was for a
and it didn't actually happen.
Yeah, it didn't actually happen. But you could argue that
I still think it's a negative, reason. Ultimately.
Yeah.
But I empathize with where he's coming from.
I personally can't. Like, it's too, I don't know.
And also, I'm sort of bringing it back to modern politics. But, like, I don't know. I think, frankly, something should be done about the Supreme Court today, which a lot of people would argue is court packing. Something like term limits or more justices or something like that. So when FDR tries to pack the court, I don't think it's a positive thing, but I sort of understand where he's coming from, and I'm kind of like, I don't know. I feel like something has to change about the court today.
No, I see some people who are saying that they might be thinking that I think he's below A. No, he's definitely A. I am not going to argue that he is below A. Like, he is an amazing president.
And someone mentioned the NFA, the National Firearms Act, excise tax on the manufacture and transfer of certain firearms, and mandates the registration of those firearms. We didn't mention that. Thank you for pointing it out. I think that's a good thing. Some more regulation on firearm usage. I don't know if it, didn't really well, there's a lot of issues in this country.
Yeah, that's another one that, like, you're hitting the let's make people mad button if we cover it.
Yeah, no, I mean, we got a bunch of Europeans in here, so...
Yeah, that's also true.
Probably not many pro-gun people.
Yeah, pro-gun people here.
Separation of powers, check and balance system matters. I agree, but...
Oh, I just remembered my least favorite part about him. Or
what?
one of my second least favorite part.
What?
He
got married to his cousin?
Okay, there's that. He also was the one who started this really cool trend of let's massively use the... Why am I blanking on the word?
Executive action?
The executive order.
Order, yeah.
Yeah, the executive order, let's mass produce it. I think his was in the quadruple digits, whereas like every president before him, maybe they reached the triple digits.
Yeah.
Maybe. It wasn't common.
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I definitely get that.
I absolutely don't like that after him it just became this massive trend. Whereas, yeah, you could argue with the Supreme Court, it doesn't pop up again until very recently, but the executive order trend continued.
Yeah.
Immediately after.
No, that makes sense to me. Okay. It seems like we're not going to get FDR in S tier. So I just want to clarify. For me, he's an absolute S tier. But I got to be honest. People are saying put him behind Teddy. I'm sorry. There's no shot that FDR is worse than Teddy Roosevelt. FDR saved our country. Teddy Roosevelt didn't do that.
Yeah.
He did not do that.
Yeah.
What? I don't know how he could... I understand that, you know, some of the actions FDR took are truly terrible. But for me, you gotta... I feel like you gotta look at the accomplishments, and I feel like the accomplishments sink Theodore Roosevelt's accomplishments, by far.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love myself some Teddy. Teddy's good.
He's in our
good.
yeah, he's in the top of our A tier
right now.
But I mean I would put in my own tier list FDR for me would be right up to S, and so for me I really cannot put him anywhere but top of A.
I think JC brings up a good point. Granted, FDR didn't do all of this by himself, but at the same time,
none of these guys.
FDR is the president, and yeah, you could argue none of these guys.
Sure, none of these guys did.
Yeah.
There's lots of credit to be passed around to a lot of different people. Unfortunately, you know, we're sort of dealing with a bit of great man history here, which I don't believe in. But when you're ranking the United States presidents, it's a little bit hard to pass all that credit around.
That's the other thing, is he was a president for 4 terms. Granted, you could argue that's...
Theodore...
technically...
Teddy ran.
Yeah,
he lost.
Teddy did run for his third. He lost.
Teddy ran. He lost. FDR won.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that. I don't think you can give that W to Teddy because he lost.
And granted, FDR is the reason why we had to make the rule of, hey guys, no more than 2.
And I agree. By the way, I agree with that. I think 2 terms is enough, but sometimes exceptions, like FDR's an exception. I know he was there before the rule was made, but I think FDR needed those 4 terms. Or at least he was the best man for the job. You know what I mean? Who else would you wanted to have seen in office who survived than FDR?
Yeah. And granted, it was more so like 3 terms. He won the 4th one, but he died.
Yeah.
Like immediately into the 4th term.
Okay. So I'm basically I'm saying I have to put him at top of A tier. I don't, you know.
Personally, I think I'd be inclined to agree. I can't think of many bad things Teddy did. I mean, yeah, there's the imperialism aspect, which,
that's a big L.
That's a big L, but Japanese internment,
bigger L.
Bigger L.
Absolutely.
Bigger L, definitely a bigger L. But
I think internationally, FDR, W.
I haven't read up on World War II in quite some time. I'm very rusty with it, because I'm more of like an old Japanese history person.
Yeah.
What ends up happening with the Philippines for FDR after World War II? Granted, also that wouldn't be him.
Well, that's not really...
not him. That's more of like...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's further down the road.
I mean, we have the whole, like, MacArthur comes to reclaim the Philippines.
I shall return.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, you can have different... I'm pretty cynical on, like, the United States aiding the Philippines, considering how much we've mistreated them, right? But, you know... Yeah, come on, John Farlow. Lend-Lease Act. FDR helped you guys. FDR, if we're talking about aiding Britain during World War II, hey, he pushed for that big time. A lot more than a lot of other people.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about, American aid to Britain and China during World War II, and then America getting involved, and also just leadership during the war, I mean, you gotta give that to FDR, in my opinion. Now, with World War I, a lot of people make the argument that we should have stayed out of it. I have not heard that with World War II. You know what I mean?
World War II is pretty resounding. Like, the U.S. actually should have been in it sooner in a lot of modern debates.
Bro, Otis says Teddy would knock FDR out in a fight. He was disabled, man. What the hell?
He was a good swimmer.
Yeah, but come on. But FDR was disabled. What? That's an unfair comparison. Lights in a D&D session. Based. Chime in and say that Hexblade Warlocks are S tier. I don't know about that. I never played a Hexblade Warlock, but I don't know. I don't know.
I am cursed with the bane of permanent DM, so I can't talk much on player classes.
Yeah, Cavan's always our DM. He never gets to play. Okay.
But anyway.
I feel like we covered FDR.
Yeah.
I feel like most people agree FDR is pretty damn fantastic, but there's room for movement at the top. And I can accept that I'm a big FDR fan. But I can accept that, some people want him a little higher, some people want him a little lower. So that's acceptable.
Oh, a fellow player of mine in the chat. I see.
Who's Johnsky?
I don't know YouTube names. I'm confused.
Johnsky, identify yourself. Cavan has no idea who you are.
I have an idea of who they are. I have a good guess.
Damn, Shad can't find D&D players in India. There's got to be some people playing D&D in India. You can play online. If you check out, I don't know how interested you are in this, but if you check out the website Roll20, you can find online groups, stuff like that. D&D is a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it.
Yes.
The guess is correct.
Okay. Good.
Curious. Shad says, nope, literally not a single person in India is playing D&D, according to Shad. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Can't solve that problem. All right, let's move on to Harry Truman. Okay, so it's sort of hard not to start Truman with the bombs.
The bombs, that was one of his, if not the first major thing that he did.
And I will say, we're getting into real controversial territory.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I just actually don't feel researched enough to give a correct take on whether it was necessary or not. I feel like I've seen pretty convincing arguments from people arguing both ways, and I really am not knowledgeable enough to make the argument
So
myself.
Actually, fairly recently, I was in Pennsylvania. We have this. There's a place called Reading, and they do this massive World War II air show thing. Really fun time. Highly recommend it. They have a lot of veterans speak there, and one of the veterans that was speaking there was actually somebody who was part of the flight program.
Oh, wow.
For the Manhattan Project. Like, he was there with the B-29s when they were going off. And he was saying that I think it was Nagasaki was an accident because of the weather. They had to fly somewhere else.
Yeah, wow.
Which I thought was interesting. But
so we have people basically describing it as a necessary evil. That is usually sort of the pro-nuke argument given, that it was a necessary evil in order to save more lives. The idea is that if you didn't use the nukes, you'd have to do an amphibious invasion of Japan, costing, here we have it, minimum $850K, at most millions. And so the nukes were lifesavers. That's the one side of it. I'll give the other side of it as best I can. Like, I do not feel educated enough to say this. The other side, people argue, is that the United States dropping the nukes was less of a necessary evil and more of sort of an anti-Soviet Union action, because the Soviet Union was ready to jump in, take on Japan, take them down. And so the United States making the decision to drop the bombs was more about preserving American power. Because if we hadn't dropped the bombs, we would have had to work with the USSR in order to achieve that end goal. So that's the argument that sort of the other side would make. And then there's also arguments that you typically hear this narrative that, basically Japan was refusing to surrender, absolutely would not go through with it. And then there's arguments from the other side that say, well, like the communication wasn't there, it wasn't being approached in the right way, the USSR wasn't being worked with properly. And so I really I really don't know, to be honest with you.
I honestly, I'm just gonna put this out there. I have read up a decent amount on the bombs and perspectives from Japan and America, but as somebody that wants to work in history in Japan someday, I'm gonna kind of chime out of this one because I don't want that to come back to bite me.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it at that.
Fair. So it was something that happened. It was obviously a massive humanitarian disaster. Whether you think it was necessary or not, it was a truly horrible atrocity. And so, yeah, I'm basically saying I really don't know enough to judge. I'm definitely not going to give him points for that. But, I guess I'm not going to take away either. I'm just keeping it flat.
Yeah.
But, yeah, truly terrible, terrible event. Whether you think it was necessary or not. John says he regretted it. Yeah, so I'm sure it was a tough decision to make. If you want to look more at Truman personally, I can definitely empathize with how hard a decision that must have been. Did he make the right decision in the end? I really don't know.
However, side note on Truman, he was the guy in World War I that told his men to fire all the ammo they had before the clock ended. So there is that.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. That was so stupid. And I think one thing about I think it's also just tricky because when we talk about what would have happened had the bombs not fallen, we're talking about a counterfactual. We don't know. We can't see the alternate timeline. We don't know if that American amphibious invasion would have needed to happen. If the United States had agreed to work with the USSR, could they have achieved more? We don't know. Otis is making sort of the typical, Imperial Japan would have refused to surrender. And like I said, that's the argument people will make to sort of, say that the bombs needed to be dropped. So yeah, I don't know. Let's move on. So, we have the end of World War II, his handling of the Pacific War and the bombs, and now we have the transition to peacetime. That came with a lot of labor struggles, by the way. It seems
Which is to be expected.
To be expected. It seems like Truman was largely ineffective. He vetoed the anti-union Taft... What is that? Taft-Hartley Act, or... I can't read my own handwriting. But Congress overrode that. They said, no thank you. Bigger problem. Yeah, and so Mr. brings up something interesting. And I was kind of getting at this with the whole Japan situation, but we talk about, transition to peacetime. Part of that is domestic, part of that is international. And I think I agree here. The bigger problem with Truman is I believe his treatment of the USSR escalated tensions between the two powers, which is a big reason for the Cold War. Now, I think with the positioning, the two powers were heading into some sort of competition either way. But I think I do have to agree that Truman and, the Truman Doctrine is sort of... I don't know what you would call it. It's not necessarily aggressive, but we're talking about containment.
Yeah.
Right, we're talking about the Truman Doctrine. I think that was a mistake. And John says Stalin was 10 times more responsible. Yeah, but Stalin's not a United States president, so
we
if we were ranking,
can't rank Stalin.
If we were ranking Soviet Union leaders, then we would, we would have that.
That could be a fun list.
Dude, do you want to talk about controversial? Jesus Christ. Leaders of the Soviet Union. I'm going to get myself canceled. But yeah, so I think that... and also, I'm trying to get the timeline correct. Yeah, okay. So Stalin... Oh, that's interesting. Truman serves until 1953. Stalin dies in 1953. So they exited about the same time, which is fascinating. Yeah, I think that both are responsible, of course, and Stalin acts very aggressively. But I do think that the way Truman maneuvers sort of leads us into this very tricky era of Cold War. I think he probably could have handled that a little bit better. But for a positive on Truman, I feel like we've been hating on Harry a little bit. We have the Marshall Plan.
Yeah.
Now, of course, aid is not given for aid's sake. We understand what the ulterior motive was. The Marshall Plan was part of this emerging Cold War. The idea was to bolster American-aligned countries, allow them to, recover, and also present sort of an alternative to Soviet communism. So, that was the motive, but in effect, a pretty positive outcome.
Berlin airlift, is that 53 or 54? Is that under Truman or is that Eisenhower?
I think...
Because I want to say it's Eisenhower, but if it's Truman, it's worth bringing up.
I don't know. Let me check. Berlin.
Let's see if the chat
airlift.
can beat you.
That was Truman. Yeah.
It was Truman? Okay.
Or, yeah, I think it was Truman. Yeah, that was Truman. 1948 to 1949. So, yeah, we're talking Truman. I think that's sort of an impressive feat, though it is another example of that, Cold War escalation.
Yeah.
Though, in that case, definitely more the USSR's fault.
Right.
So I think that's a fair enough response, I think it's sort of a good establishment of United States power, right? So I think Marshall Plan, positive. A big aid to a lot of these countries that had been destroyed by the war. And then I mentioned this containment policy, Truman Doctrine, sort of taking more of a hard line against the USSR. I think, and once again, this is sort of how much is Truman responsible for this? We have the creation of the CIA and the NSA, and we have Operation Gladio in Europe, which is this, United States plan to basically root out communism wherever they find it in sort of United States allied countries, which basically leads to propping up a lot of hardline right-wing politicians and murdering a lot of leftists.
Yeah.
So, I'm not a big fan of U.S. intervention. Usually is pretty negative, a lot of murdering of people who probably don't deserve it.
And this is where it starts.
Well, it's already been happening, but you are
this
right.
Is where it becomes
you are exactly
the
right.
modern U.S. intervention.
Yeah, exactly. The sort of modern intervention was really starting with the CIA and Operation Gladio, and I don't know how much Truman is responsible for that. I think it's a situation where, it's he's the guy at the top, so ultimately you sort of have to give it to him.
He creates the monster, and then the monster does what monsters do.
That's exactly right. Yeah, he creates the machine, and it keeps moving. Oh my goodness.
Almost fell.
We have Truman supports Israel, does not support the Arabs. I'm going to leave that there.
We'll just...
Truman is a supporter of civil rights legislation. As we know, it doesn't really start kicking off until a bit later. Really start under Eisenhower is when it starts. But, W. Truman. And then there was I wonder if I can find this. There's a particular Truman quote that I had, but it was a while back. Maybe I won't be able to find it.
Truman, he also had the newspaper, right? Truman Loses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fun little moment.
That is a fun.
For those that don't know, it was this moment when, look at chat. The news was convinced that Truman was going to lose, and then there's this famous photo of Truman holding up, Truman loses and smiling after he won the election. Yeah, so there's this great Truman quote that I found. It was a radio broadcast in 1948. And I was like, okay, interesting. He says, Truman, Republicans approve of the American farmer, but they're willing to help him go broke. They stand... foursquare for the American home, but not for housing. They're strong for labor, but they're stronger for restricting labor rights. They favor minimum wage. The smaller the minimum wage, the better. They endorse educational opportunity for all, but they won't spend money for teachers or for schools. They think modern medical care and hospitals are fine for people who can afford them. They think American standard of living is a fine thing, so long as it doesn't spread to all the people. And they admire the government of the United States so much that they would like to buy it. I read that and I was like, Harry, wow, that's a modern perspective.
Yeah.
Not much has changed, yeah. Honestly, the reason I wanted to share that is because I read that and I was like, wow, that really sounds like something that could be said today. Pretty remarkable. Whatever your perspective on Republicans, I just thought that was a pretty remarkable quotation.
Yeah. So where are we putting him?
Well, Truman ended segregation
Okay.
in military and federal agencies. Yeah. Big W. And by the way, you're also forgetting about the Korean War.
Yeah.
That was sort of a big thing. So, like a lot of Truman stuff with the Korean War, I'm kind of like, I'm not so sure.
Technically, it's still going.
Yeah, technically it's still going. I think one good thing Truman did was that he fired MacArthur, who was going sicko mode, trying to nuke China. Like, what? Why? Such a bad idea. Just a terrible idea. I think overall, Truman, international policy, Cold War policy, I'm sort of in the middle. I think he sort of maybe came in a little too harsh with containment, but then overall sort of made an attempt to prevent escalation. An attempt that, basically failed, I think. But, so I think it's sort of a mixed bag. And then we also have the sort of emergence of McCarthyism, which Truman is opposed to,
but I also feel like he's partially responsible for it because of containment.
Partially. It's sort of like the environment created. I would not necessarily directly blame him for McCarthyism, and he does oppose it, but Truman basically, won't or can't do anything to stop it. It's sort of out of his control. Yeah. Truman's the kind of guy where, you were talking right after World War II, a lot of things where you're like, oh, Truman started that off, but he's not ultimately responsible, maybe, for how it ended up. So I think a lot of Truman was in a very difficult position to be in. That applies to a lot of the decisions Truman made. And I think overall he did better than expected, maybe,
Yeah. He had a tough act to follow up.
He did. I'm curious what chat thinks about where Truman should rank. I'm thinking sort of your C to B. That's what I'm thinking. If you have different opinions on any of the number of things that Truman did, then you could situate him very differently. I mean, if you think that the nuclear bombs were a massive atrocity, then you would not like Truman. Truman was definitely not a better president than FDR, in my opinion. Yeah. Good reasoning from Harry there. Shared name must be the best.
You know what? I can respect that.
So I see a lot of chat saying low A, and I understand that. I mean, but for me, I don't think I can put him above B. Just in my opinion.
I feel like if we were to average the three of us, he'd be mid-high B.
Yeah. Is he better than Madison? Both wartime leaders, Korean War, 1812.
Yeah.
Both had some tough choices to make.
And Korea didn't escalate into something more, which it very well could have been.
Well, yeah, if MacArthur was kept in power.
Yeah. So,
High C, says Trevor, who you've now met.
Yes. Sadly.
I don't know. What do we think?
I think
below or above.
You know what? Because of what he did for segregation.
Yeah.
I think we could put him above Madison.
All right. I'm willing to do that.
I could live with that.
And we have Otis making the argument that Truman deserves A tier if Grant does. What I will say is that Grant is at the very bottom of A tier.
Yeah.
And so I don't think Truman is better than Grant. Therefore, Truman has to be high B tier.
Yeah,
sort of in my logic.
Looking at the people we have left, I don't know how many A, B contenders we have left on this list.
Maybe
like
2?
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2.
So, like, Truman's right next to Grant.
Yeah, to be fair, guys, I probably wouldn't have rated Truman this high, but I understand what you guys are saying. And with the guys we have left, yeah, there's going to be a lot, someone, I think it was JCH making the point earlier, wow, you guys have a lot of Ds. We're going to end up with a lot more Ds.
Oh, yeah, like the bulk of what's left is going to be CD. Don't worry.
All right, now on to Ike. I like Ike. Dwight Eisenhower, 1953 to 1961. He's an interesting fellow. He sort of went for the whole, like, progressive conservative thing, which I know sounds ridiculous to a lot of people today, but that was sort of his perspective. Dwight Eisenhower was, sort of this more conservative, moderate type individual, but he also pushed for what could be seen as more like socially progressive policies. And basically, Dwight Eisenhower's thing was that he would continue a lot of the New Deal programs, Social Security that were started under his predecessors, which I think is a massive win, in my opinion. Ike, he could have come in and done away with all of that. First off, it would have been very unpopular. He knew that. But I think a good choice to make. So I think, in terms of keeping things that were already in place, a good decision from Dwight Eisenhower. We also have the interstate highway system, this massive project.
Yeah, love or hate public transportation, that'll depend on how you lie on the interstate system.
I disagree, actually.
Really?
First off, who hates public transportation?
Well, you know what I mean.
I know what you
more
mean.
Pro-car.
So I'm very pro-public transportation, but I think the interstate highway system was a great project.
I think it's because of how the U.S. is shaped, how big it is, how many states we have. I think the interstate system is, in fact, a necessary thing. I like it, but
I think we had a strong train system at this point. I just think we shouldn't have let it deteriorate.
Yeah.
I think we should have upkept our public transit system more, but I'm not opposed to the interstate highway system. I think it was a great project. I think a great thing to put public funds towards. Yeah, I think we're terrible at infrastructure today.
Especially when you have things like, the suburbs start forming at this point, in which you need ways to transfer or to move from suburb to suburb, state to state.
Yeah, and look, a lot of, social changes come with this, and I think it's a mixed bag with a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like, the suburbs, very complex picture. I don't think anyone's opposed to suburbs inherently, but it comes with a lot of curious changes.
Yeah.
But I would say the interstate highway system overall is very positive, in my opinion. JCH says 90% tax rate. Gotta love it. Yeah, well, that's sort of the deal at the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, depending on which Americans you talk to, we don't like that.
Yeah.
Americans with taxes is a whole...
Yeah, though of course that depends on your opinion.
Yeah,
right. That's like a purely opinion-based thing. So Ike attempted some disarmament with the USSR. It didn't really lead to anywhere. Now, I think when we go to international policy, we have some big L's.
Is this where U.S. involvement in Vietnam starts? That starts with Ike? Yeah.
We have some massive L's in terms of international policy. So, and that is what we're going to get to. Under Ike, we have domino theory in Southeast Asia, Central America. For those that don't know, the whole idea of domino theory is that, you see this competition between the capitalist world and the communist world. And the idea is that any one of these countries in the middle, you might call them the third world, if they fall to communism, the rest will go. So it's this idea that, if Vietnam falls, well, then all of Southeast Asia is gone. And so Ike begins involvement in Vietnam and really starts to ramp it up. He sends in a lot of American advisors. Though it's a long process because it starts under Ike and then it ramps up and it ramps up under JFK and then it really ramps up under LBJ. But, that's just an L for Ike. That's not good at all.
Yeah.
And then someone pointed out Iran. You have CIA intervention in Iran, the Congo, etc. These are not good.
Yeah, and it's odd because I know it sounds crazy nowadays, but U.S. relations with the Middle East was good, if not great, for most of our history. But it's as soon as you start getting like what we did with Iran, that it starts plummeting very quickly.
Yeah.
To the point where it is now.
Yeah. Yeah. So some really bad CIA interventions, and we have. Trevor's mentioning the Civil Rights Act, and someone else mentioned that, but the Civil Rights Act was in 1964. So unless we're talking... That was like the big Civil Rights Act, so unless we're talking about a different civil rights legislation, it was LBJ who signed the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
Also, Eisenhower took a hard line against China, which I just think... it's sort of in the vibe of the era, but I think was not a good idea. Because, I'm not saying they had to like Maoist China. That's pretty bad. But I think it was always pretty silly for the United States to somehow deny that the communist Chinese government was the Chinese government, when the reality was that it was. The reality was that the communists controlled China pretty strongly, and for a while at this point, it wasn't going to change. And so this whole thing was like, we're not going to recognize China. It's like, okay. It would just be better off if you just went forward with the normal relations. That's what I think. I think usually there's not much of a point denying the reality on the ground. If the communists are in charge, then you have to deal with the communist government.
Right.
You can't keep dealing with Taiwan and pretending that that's the real legitimate government of China, because whether you believe that or not, that's not what's actually going on. That's not the practical reality that people are living. So I think, that was kind of an L. So also another really international, not going great for Ike. He made an effort to legitimize Francoist Spain, which was very isolated at the time, because still at this point people were like, yeah, we don't like Spain. It's like fascist.
Yeah,
that's an L. And Ike sort of did this whole PR campaign to attempt to legitimize Francoist Spain. Not good. I think the one sort of Ike international W is that during the Suez Crisis, he sided against Britain and France.
Yes.
It's sort of a strange anti-imperialist stance. And at times, the United States usually claims to be anti-imperialist. Usually it's not, it's a very imperialist country. Sometimes, when it comes to European imperialism, the United States will, make an anti-imperialist European decision. We're talking about practicality in the political climate of the 50s. That's just not realistic. I think you can make a comparison to Truman, who tried to de-escalate more than Ike did, in my opinion. I think Truman tried to moderate a little bit more. So I disagree that it was totally unrealistic. I think there could have been more action taken. And I think if you look at Ike, let's be honest, it wasn't like Eisenhower was someone who was forced by the environment of his time to take a strong anti-Soviet stance. I mean, he was, but he clearly took a strong anti-Soviet stance on his own.
Yeah, and he's Eisenhower. It's not like you're going to have people slandering Eisenhower at the time. If he said, I don't like XYZ, most people are going to go he must be right. He's Eisenhower.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree, there was this very strict political climate, so I do think Eisenhower was hemmed in to a certain extent. I don't think he necessarily could have just done whatever he wanted, but, I think that's a very generous interpretation of what happened. A very generous interpretation of the involvement in Vietnam, and JFK gets the blame for this, but who started planning Bay of Pigs? That was Eisenhower's plan. Eisenhower got the Bay of Pigs invasion rolling, and then it was finished under JFK. But so stuff like that, I think at the end of the day, you're the guy in charge. You got to take some semblance of responsibility. But in a time in which the enemies of the United States were hardlined, I don't know, man. There's a path he has to follow, like you said. Well, I think, hardline against, say, Vietnam or Cuba or China, and I agree, he couldn't have gone all like, hey, these are our new buddies, China
Right.
and Cuba, but he,
You could at least talk to the Chinese government.
Yeah, I agree.
Possibly.
I don't think he had to go as hard as he did, and I think he made some. I think domino theory was a massive mistake. Like it's just not true. It just didn't end up being that way. So yeah, the Soviets were doing pretty much the same thing. Yeah, and that was a big L.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. The Soviets were doing the same thing, yeah. You're not going to find a supporter of Soviet international policy here. Not good. Anyway, and Trevor said he was talking about the Civil Rights Act of 1957, which I have here. So that's a big W. And then you have Little Rock, which I'm a big fan of Eisenhower's action here.
Yeah.
I think as we've covered, you guys can probably understand, I like it when a U.S. president takes a stand on something that may not be popular, but he feels that it's the right thing to do, or he has to do it for some reason, and he really goes out of his way. In my opinion, that's Little Rock.
Yeah, and he doesn't send just anybody to help with Little Rock.
Yeah.
He sends the 101st.
Yeah. And so, Little Rock, we have this situation where basically these schools are supposed to be desegregated, federally. But the states don't want to implement that.
Right.
A lot of the southern states and the northern states as well. But of course, segregation is a lot more of a problem down south at this point. And so Eisenhower, now, of course, there's basically two reasons to do this. There's one is the sort of the pro-civil rights reason, which I think he was, and then also enforcing federal power, which I think that it was those two things, both of those. And so basically Eisenhower sends in troops to forcefully desegregate this school in Little Rock. He defends these black students who are being sent to this formerly white school. And, we're going to talk more about civil rights under JFK, but we're really getting kicked off at this point, the late 50s into the 60s. And I think this is a, great move, in my opinion. I think it was a big W for Eisenhower. And notice that he went full on escalation in an era where others were going full throttle. I basically agree. Like, everyone was going full throttle, and then Eisenhower also did it.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not saying that he was acting outside the norm of his era. He wasn't, but I am saying he could have acted a little differently.
He had some control over the brakes on that train. Like, he couldn't completely stop it.
Yeah, not a whole lot of control, but some control.
Yeah.
And I don't think he used that control to slow it down. That's what I'll say.
Like, if a bill's going through Congress or through the House, he completely could veto it if it could prompt escalation, and he didn't do these things.
Okay, and so that's our take on Eisenhower. I think a mixed bag, but I think internationally, a lot of bad in my opinion. A lot of bad that was part of the environment at the time, but he partially has to be responsible for. And then also a lot of good, especially domestically.
Yeah.
Light's pointing out something that people really love about Eisenhower, and I can't give you too many points for what you said in your farewell address. Remember, we're talking about the practical impact that these men had on the country. But Light does point out that in his farewell address, Eisenhower basically calls out the military-industrial complex. He says that, basically our country is at risk of being controlled by the military-industrial complex, and we should move away from it. And, we didn't. And, So I absolutely I love that he called that out, but then
He didn't really do much about it.
Yeah, it's not like it solved the issue. You know what I mean? Johnsky, Eisenhower is my favorite president. The good outweighs the bad, especially since the past few presidents did really nothing at home. The past few presidents were Truman and FDR. So.
Well, if we're talking prior to that,
Sure, I guess I don't know what you mean by past few presidents. When I talk about the past few presidents, I think of Truman and FDR. And FDR did talk about doing stuff domestically. He was doing things every day. But anyway, so I don't know if I agree with that framing, but I do think that the good outweighs the bad for Eisenhower.
Yeah.
I think foreign policy, I'm not on the same page as him, but I think domestic policy, I think he made the right decisions.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And so I'm curious where chat thinks he played. I think for me he's definitely B or A, and I think he could slip into A tier. I'm curious what chat thinks.
I could see this possibility.
Johnsky says, I ran out of characters. I know that sounded bad. Fair enough. Yeah, I got that's probably not what you were going for. Harry says F tier.
Understandable.
But everybody else seems to be agreeing on A tier. I love Grant, but if I take a step back from my own bias, I would probably put Eisenhower above Grant. Do we think he's above or below Jefferson? That's a hard comparison.
I struggle to think of of many severely bad things that Jefferson did, if any, during his presidency.
I mean, we have the Embargo Act.
Right.
That was a big L.
But with Eisenhower, we have almost his entire foreign policy.
Yeah.
So I'd be inclined to put him.
Johnsky says Ike didn't own slaves, but remember, we're not judging these people or as individuals. We're judging them as presidents. And so, of course, Jefferson owning slaves was a horrific atrocity.
Yeah.
But, I don't think that didn't contribute to his presidency. I agree the embargo was a big L, but I think I'd have to agree with Cavan, and I think there are more negatives for Eisenhower.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, Eisenhower's still good. We're still putting him in A, which he's among some of the best.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, I think, and Trevor said mid B. Trevor's taking the more critical approach, and to be fair, I'm pretty critical as well. Like in my own personal tier list, a lot of these guys would be lower than where they're ranked here,
or higher than they are.
Not many of them would be higher.
Yeah.
FDR would be. Apart from that, a lot of these guys would be lower. But we're sort of we're taking in what chat says, and so JCH says Ike's character towers over Jefferson, right? But it's not a debate of character,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I always think that I think generally a president having a good character contributes to a good presidency, but that's not always true. We're going to talk about Jimmy Carter later, and I always think, to be honest with you, when people talk about, we need to look at character, I'm like, I don't care about character. I care about what the president has done. What is the impact they had on the country? So, coin flip, I think we're going to put Eisenhower below Jefferson.
Yeah, we're still putting him in A.
Now look, we are listening to what the community says, and my tier list would be a bit different than this.
I would have put him in B, personally.
Me too. But ultimately, I think this is our decision, so I think we're going to put him in A tier, above Grant, but below Jefferson. Even I don't care what C-SPAN says. I don't need opinions from C-SPAN. I just need them to show me congressional sessions. Zod says A is a bit high. Yeah, I personally agree with that.
I'd be inclined to agree with that too, but I mean, yeah.
I would put him in B, but I think the community seems to quite like Eisenhower, so I couldn't see Jefferson doing something similar to Little Rock. Yeah, no, I could see.
That's also true.
I could not imagine Jefferson doing that. He was far better than Grant. I don't know if he was far better. I don't know about that. We have him ranked as better.
Yeah.
And I sort of more objectively, I can understand that. I don't know far better.
But I also feel like when we're talking about Eisenhower, a lot of the major changes that happened in the U.S. that made the U.S. have the golden 50s, not all of that comes from him.
Yeah.
There are a lot of other social changes that just happen in the U.S. that are under Eisenhower that we can't give him credit for.
Yeah. I think...
So...
Yeah, I agree. I think, to me, Grant is more of a... Or, sorry, not Grant. Eisenhower is more, like, good, even very good, but not great, in my opinion.
He's a good president or a very good president during a really good time.
Yeah.
Whereas Grant is a good or really good president during a not-so-good time.
Yeah. I think... What I really like about Grant is... I just really appreciate when a president sort of goes out of their way or fights against the norms of the time or goes above and beyond. And that's why I really like Little Rock. I think that was an amazing move from Eisenhower. But I agree. I think sort of the norms of the time are sort of pushing in the same direction. And the sort of historical tides were pushing in the same direction as Eisenhower. Roy D says, how are we still on Grant?
I like Grant, okay?
Oh, man. All right, moving on from Eisenhower, on to JFK, 1961 to 1963. I feel like I should just say what I think straight up before we get into him. You know, JFK, in my opinion, is one of the most overrated presidents of all time.
Oh, I thought you were going to go the conspiracy theory route. I was like, why does it have me on this?
Yeah, well, we'll get into that later.
But no, I agree. I think he is very overrated. He was well liked at his time. He's well liked now, but...
Honestly, I think JFK getting shot in the head was the best thing that could have happened for his reputation. I absolutely
kind of messed up, but I feel like you're right.
Yeah. Well, it's not the best thing that could have happened to him, but his reputation. I absolutely think if JFK had served the rest of his term and probably a second term, he would be remembered a lot less fondly than he is today. We're moving on, or we're going to compare Grant to Augustus at this point.
I mean, if you want that video.
Okay, so JFK. Right. So... it's interesting. We moved from Eisenhower to JFK. JFK really sort of reorganizes the administration, especially like the State Department and foreign policy. He moves towards this, JFK loves, he's like, his whole thing's he's young and he's about change, and he brings in all these sort of educated academic elites who are using statistics and numbers in order to judge policy.
Best and the brightest.
Yeah, the best and the brightest. And that leads to the Bay of Pigs and escalation of Vietnam. And in my opinion, JFK's strategy brought a bunch of sycophants into the White House who valued statistics over human lives. And you can really see that in the Vietnam policy under JFK and also under LBJ, because LBJ kept on a lot of JFK's people. And we have a lot of psychos who basically escalate the war in Vietnam because their spreadsheets tell them to, and it ends up being a total disaster. So I think oftentimes people frame the whole JFK best and brightest, that sort of thing, as a positive change. I think in some avenues it was. I think in some avenues it absolutely wasn't. So just on the same foreign policy kick, when JFK enters into office, there is basically immediate escalation with the USSR. JFK doesn't get along with Khrushchev. Khrushchev doesn't like JFK. We don't start well. Then we have the Bay of Pigs disaster.
Yeah.
Which, now, like I said, remember, it's Eisenhower who plans this, so you gotta give a lot of the responsibility to him. JFK basically executes Eisenhower's plan. Now, the execution is terrible, so that you can give the responsibility to JFK. Then we have, we talked about Vietnam. And then, the other sort of big international policy is the Cuban Missile Crisis, which I think, we got so close to disaster.
But we didn't.
This is one of the few areas where on foreign policy you'd give JFK the W. And the W is basically just that all of JFK's advisors wanted to go straight to war.
And he said no.
And JFK was the one guy in the room, surrounded by sycophants, who said, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not go straight to war. Let's at least try and solve this peacefully. And of course we came to a peaceful cessation of the crisis.
Yeah.
So that's good from JFK. Of course, I would say also, and I know Khrushchev takes the move in the first place to move missiles to Cuba, though remember, this is in response to the United States having missiles in Turkey, so it's like, well, can you blame... I mean, you kind of get where Khrushchev is coming from. Khrushchev is also very willing to negotiate with JFK. I mean, if Khrushchev was unwilling to negotiate, then we would still have a disaster, but Khrushchev was willing to negotiate from the beginning, because what Khrushchev wants is the missiles out of Turkey, and that's what he gets. But then JFK is also willing to speak and sort things out without conflict. So that's a definite JFK W. I agree. I think, the W is that JFK didn't end up blowing up the world.
Yes,
very true.
That's very true.
We have the nuclear test ban treaty with the USSR. And so the situation with the USSR sort of improves as his presidency goes on. You know, it starts off badly, the Cuban Missile Crisis is bad, but we get the nuclear test ban treaty, and sort of the situation starts to actually de-escalate a little bit. So I'd say JFK sort of ends off on a more positive note after, I'd say, a lot of foreign policy mistakes.
Yeah.
So, sort of like a mixed bag. Some big L's, Vietnam, and he's sending in all these military advisors to keep an eye on the situation. Okay. But some big W's as well. The nuclear test ban treaty, the Cuban Missile Crisis, sort of the improvement at the end. Okay. So, let's go back to domestic policy. So...
Space.
That's a
Space.
big positive. Space, NASA, make it to the moon, and it's funny.
We choose to go to the moon,
funny
not
Boston
because
accent.
it would be easy,
because
it would be hard.
JFK really pushes the space race and NASA. JFK, the most positive thing you can say about JFK is really that he had a pretty impressive presence. He's very charismatic. He was sort of in the model of a great leader. He was great at giving speeches and inspiring people. He goes to Berlin, Ich bin ein Berliner, that whole thing. He's a great speaker.
Yes.
He's very charismatic. So
just ask Marilyn Monroe.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm also reading the chat. You have JCH says Khrushchev had little in common with Stalin. Khrushchev, was a lot better than Stalin, and then Harry says Khrushchev wasn't any better than Stalin. That's just not true. I mean, you can just look at the pure death toll under the two. Khrushchev, big improvement. Now, I'm not saying Khrushchev was a good guy. He was still authoritarian. He was still oppressive. And there was a lot of promises when Khrushchev came into office that he didn't live up to. There was like immediate de-Stalinization, but, it ended up he was still oppressive and authoritarian, but nowhere near as bad as Stalin. Just nowhere near. Like, not even close. Yeah, Stalin was beyond paranoid. Absolutely.
When you look at the definition of paranoid in the dictionary, you've got Stalin right there in the footnote.
Yes. And so we have the Equal Pay Act for Women in 1963 based. And then we have civil rights. This is the last big thing we're going to talk about with JFK. JFK is often quite closely associated with civil rights. Honestly, so I said JFK is super overrated. I think we already talked about the foreign policy area. I feel like he's often seen as this genius foreign policy wonder boy. I feel like, in my opinion, as we discussed, it's more of a mixed bag.
Yeah.
Civil rights, and Zod says it here, JFK was a big supporter of civil rights. JFK is often closely tied to civil rights. I think he's overrated there as well. Now, JFK lent his verbal support to civil rights, and he spoke a lot with MLK. I think these are very good things. But I think in terms of actual policy action, JFK was lacking. Now, where this gets tricky is that JFK died. So it's kind of hard to tell what would have happened if JFK had survived, because most of JFK's legislation was implemented by LBJ. By Lyndon B. Johnson. Zod says he disagrees. I'd be interested to hear how you think JFK lives up to his image as this crusader for civil rights, because I think he's overrated. I think JFK was pro-civil rights. He lent his support to civil rights, but frankly, I think a lot of it got done after he died. And his death spurred a lot of it. So
I agree with John on this one. We can't really judge him on what he would have done. Because he didn't do it. If we're just judging his presidency and not his character as a human being, yeah, he didn't end up passing any legislation, although he may have wanted to.
And I will say, JFK's death really pushed forward his policy. So if you want to give him credit for his own death, then there you go. But I don't, that was not his intention to die.
Yeah.
That was the CIA, or some other individuals.
No, it was JFK. He planned it. He knew what was going to happen.
So I don't know. I think it's tricky with JFK. And like JFK had vision, and often vision is immaterial. But I think in JFK's case, he really did push that vision forward and made it real.
Yeah.
Yeah, the CIA is coming for me. I think that, because I think we should get to the ranking now. And like I said, I think he's a B. I'm sorry. I think I think most people put him in A. I think he's overrated. I think he doesn't live up to the hype. I think he's a B. He only had 2 years in office.
Yeah.
This man did not manage to... Maybe if he had longer, he could have accomplished more. Maybe he would have accomplished less. Or not less, but maybe he would have ended his term more badly. I think he's B, in my opinion. What do you think, Kevin? Roydian says F.
I would think he'd be like lower B or high C. I could live with a low B.
Shad, we're rating JFK, John F. Kennedy. I'd agree low B is not as good as Madison. Is he as good as Taft?
No, Taft did 4 years.
I don't know. Where do we think he ranks in the
than
B tier?
2.
Where do we think he ranks in the B tier?
Where did Taft do 8? I don't remember.
I don't remember either. People are saying low B or high C. Okay, we generally have agreement. Seems that chat's on the same page about him being overrated. Where do we think he ranks within the B tier? That's my question. And once again, to be fair, I think he is a B and not a C because I think JFK is more good than bad. I think he's a mixed bag.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to balance.
I think he's more good than bad. I just think that he's overrated. That doesn't mean I think he's bad. You know what I mean? People often think, like, oh, you say he's overrated, he must be terrible. No, I don't think he's terrible.
Right.
Bottom of B. Keep him where he is. JCH thinks he should be ahead of Taft.
I agree with where he is in B.
Here, we can take a look back on Taft if we want to. Light says, I've decided that Ethan's placement is fine.
I just heard Lucy scream.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like he could be... I feel like he could be behind or after Taft, to be honest with you, but people seem to agree with the placement. So
again, like, I'm not saying this to be like, oh, he died, but, like, he had 2 years.
Yeah.
Whereas Taft had a full term. Did he have 2?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
He had more time than JFK.
Yeah, Taft had a complete presidency, in which he could have had a lot of bad or a lot of good, whereas JFK only had 2 years in which there was a decent amount of bad and there was some amount of good.
We'll leave JFK in B tier. I think he could be more mid-B, but you guys seem satisfied with where he is. And also, Zod says JFK's overhated. Who hates JFK? We're speaking from an American perspective. Yeah. JFK is probably one of the more beloved modern presidents. Like, people love the guy here. And usually people put him, like, up in A tier. That's sort of, we're talking about the general opinion.
What number do we have him at now? 7? We have him at 11.
11?
I think that maths,
That's fine.
Yeah.
Outside the top 10? maybe I'd give him 10. I don't know.
Taft deserves to be in the top 10.
Yeah. Taft is the best Supreme Court justice since President Taft. Yeah, well, we're ranking is... no, Ethan, you are Scottish. I'm also American. How does that work?
It's new.
You can be two at once. Move him up 1. I kind of think he deserves to be above Taft.
I don't... Because, again, he had 2 years. Like, we don't know what bad could have happened.
I know, but okay. If we look at... Let's look at Taft. Reorganized State Department, income tax, on the middle on tariffs, dollar diplomacy. These are good things. But supported Porfirio Diaz in Mexico, opposed to Chinese and Japanese immigration, removed black people from government positions, was also antitrust. I'm thinking Taft is more... To me, JFK sounds like both mixed, but Taft is a little lower, I think. I think JFK's above Taft, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Fine. We'll put him above Taft.
All right, yeah, Taft pulled a Chad move and got himself appointed to SCOTUS. Very true. And to be fair, we're not saying Taft is a great president. Remember the ranking. C is meh, average. B is good.
Yeah.
So Taft is good. A is great. S is truly phenomenal.
Yes.
I think FDR should be an S, but whatever, it's fine. Zods is advocating for JFK. Fair enough. I really think that JFK is pretty overrated, in my opinion. Taft was governor of Cuba, wasn't he? Was he?
I don't know.
I don't know. Perhaps, but that doesn't factor into his presidency, of course. Okay. From JFK on to LBJ. If we're talking about presidents with a mixed legacy, I don't know if there's anyone who has a more profoundly mixed legacy than LBJ.
Yeah, LBJ is
and to be fair,
a character.
A lot of these guys we've been talking about, it's like domestic, pretty good. Foreign policy, terrible. LBJ exemplifies that. So, do we want to start with foreign policy or domestic policy?
Let's just get it over with.
Okay, so Vietnam War. Vietnam War. Basically, look, we all know what happened with the Vietnam War. Eisenhower really started, sending these American advisors in. JFK ramps it. I think, frankly, JFK doesn't get as much blame as he deserves. JFK starts ramping up the advisors. He also puts in place the staff that will then advise LBJ. Like I said, all these, Yale sycophants we think of. So, I think part of that's JFK. But LBJ is the guy who really ramps up Vietnam. LBJ is intensely dishonest about Vietnam, dishonest about his intentions. He's dishonest to the public. He's dishonest to his own people. And Vietnam ramps up into this disastrous conflict where, the United States cannot manage to... it turns into this awful guerrilla war where the United States holds territory, but it's not enough because of the Viet Cong, and there's all these atrocities committed, and it's extremely unpopular with the American public and around the world. People hate it. So, just terrible. Terrible. There's Vietnam.
Yes.
That's it. I mean, it's one of the biggest L's in American history.
And the draft. And he was given pretty much total control over the U.S. military during Vietnam. Yeah.
Yep. So, good pointing that out. There's the draft, which, I mean, that's one of the things that made it so unpopular. But also, we want to talk about modern presidents being given all this power over warfare, power that Congress should hold. Look at LBJ. Look at, from then on. So, not good stuff. Vietnam... Vietnam, Ike put his toes in the water, JFK put his feet in the water, and LBJ cannonballed into the pool. That's exactly what it is. Mister's sort of like feet fetish way of describing the Vietnam War. Okay, so that's Vietnam. Let's get back to the domestic policy, because if we left it there, this man would be F tier.
Yeah.
But I don't think he is F tier. LBJ starts with his domestic policy as basically a continuation of JFK, right? We have the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which is one of the best pieces of legislation this country's ever passed. Outlaws discrimination, segregation, equal access to voting, and then follows it up with the Voting Rights Act of 1965. These are massive W's. I think these are shared W's. JFK starts it rolling. LBJ finishes the job. But unlike some, your president dies, the vice takes over, LBJ isn't just, I continue the legacy of my predecessor. This man has an agenda of his own. And he is going to get it done. I don't know if we want to, we could talk about sort of how LBJ achieves his goals. He is one of these very ends justify the means type of individuals. He's willing to use just about any tactic to achieve what he wants. He's sort of in the Huey Long vein of politics, where if you have a goal you think is justified, then, you will do anything to achieve that goal. And to be fair, I think, Huey Long was incredibly corrupt. Yeah. LBJ is more, threatening.
Look, if my president doesn't bring a fellow politician into the bathroom while they're going to the bathroom and talk to them about policy, they're just not a good president. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. And so, there's that. And to be honest, if you have I don't know. Some means do not justify the ends.
Yeah.
But some means do justify if you're pressuring, shithead senators in order to get your civil rights legislation passed, I don't know. I think that probably is justified.
Yeah.
And so LBJ also reforms immigration. He removes the old quota system. I think that's a big W, because the quotas were purposefully set to be restrictive. Yeah. So it doesn't really work in the first place. Federal funding of public education, and Light has been pointing out a lot of his policies. So we have the war on poverty or Great Society. We have food stamps, work study, etc., Medicaid, Medicare, all that sort of stuff. Light points out National Endowment for the Arts and Humanities, Medicare, Civil Rights Act. These are some defining legislation, as Light points out.
Oh, he's got more right
Water
there.
Quality Act, Clean Air Act, Endangered Species Preservation Act. This is incredible.
Yeah.
Light's doing our job for us, but LBJ got things done, which is more than we can say for most of the remaining guys here. And the things he got done in terms of domestic policy were good things.
Yeah.
The thing I always say is about LBJ, he was a man who got things done. Absolutely. He got things done domestically. Unfortunately, he also got things done in terms of foreign policy. He used his manipulative tactics in order to further sink the United States into Vietnam.
I see an Oliver Cromwell in there. Yeah, we don't do that here.
Based.
As an Irishman, we calm down.
Based. Okay, so LBJ, I think the most mixed bag of any president of all time. The question is, where do you put him? I'm curious what chat says. We have Zod saying high D or low C. JCH saying D. I'm curious what Light says.
I feel like he's the kind of president that it boils down to what matters more than you, foreign policy or domestic policy.
But both. I'm a fence-sitting centrist, so I have to measure both.
Yeah, well, I agree, but I'm just saying he's.
So, if you're sort of asking for my personal bias, I would say, the thing is, I really appreciate LBJ's domestic policy. I really do. And for me, that's fantastic. But I also read Dereliction of Duty, which is H.R. McMaster's book on LBJ. For those that don't remember, H.R. McMaster served in the Trump administration very briefly. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
And he's a fantastic book on basically the build-up to Vietnam. And LBJ played such a corrosive role in that process, so dishonest, really pushed things in that direction. So it's sort of a toss-up for me. I think Light is arguing for high B. To me, Light, I really do sympathize with you. Domestically, for me, LBJ is one of the greatest to ever do it. And I would be tempted to put him in B, but I think I have to put him in C, in my opinion.
Vietnam is just so bad.
And also, you say you can't put him lower than Kennedy, and I get it. I think, LBJ's achievements, yes, absolutely. More impressive than JFK's achievements. And JFK had a lot of foreign policy mistakes. Vietnam is partially his fault. But when you look at the mistakes, LBJ is just so bad.
Yeah.
So for me, I got to put LBJ in C. I think
I agree. High C is the most you could put him.
Yeah, where do we think? He's so... Maybe just mid-C?
Yeah, just mid-C.
Because some of it is so good, and some of it is so bad.
He's the definition of the middle.
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah, he really is. He's it's funny. C tier, he really is the perfect C in one of two ways. C tier is either the most average president you can think of. We have some of those. Or it is the most mixed president you can think of,
Yeah,
and that's LBJ.
That's what he is.
His legacy is so incredibly mixed, and I sympathize with your opinion, but I think we got to put him in C.
Lower JFK, I see.
Lower J. Are we? I don't know. I feel like I'm satisfied with where we put
don't
JFK.
insult us with putting Ford in S tier. We could never.
Ford, what a guy. All right, so we're gonna move on to Richard Nixon. Woo, yeah, Nixon.
They're trying to take my dog checkers.
Yeah, Kevin loves Nixon.
I think he's amusing.
So, honestly, I mean, Nixon did some good things. Nixon, like, the thing is, Nixon is typically not viewed very positively.
Yeah.
And he's one of those guys where, you know, it's like you get a little bit deeper and you're like, wait a second, Nixon did some good things. Wait, let's be fair. And then you get a little bit more deeper and you're like, no, but he also did a lot of bad things.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nixon, 1969 to 1974. One good thing is that he normalizes U.S.-China relations by playing ping pong.
Yes.
That's exactly what...
But the thing that
That's
also
what
made it
happened.
so big is that it brought Russia to the table.
Yeah.
Because Russia didn't want to speak to the U.S. for some reason. So by going to talk to China, Russia was like, oh, if you're going to talk to China, talk to us.
Yeah.
And it worked.
So, you know, Nixon plays ping pong with the Chinese, and they love that, and so relations are normalized. Russia's also... The USSR is also brought to the table. I think that's good. You know, like I said, you know, it's not about being, like, pro-Chinese, but if the Communist Party controls China effectively, and they had controlled China for years...
Yeah.
You might as well recognize that.
Because at this point, they've had it for how many presidents?
Oh.
LBJ,
Yeah.
Kennedy,
Yeah.
Eisenhower, Truman. You could
Yeah.
argue FDR.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it sort of occurs under FDR Truman, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's been several presidents at this point.
So, you have to talk to him at some point.
Yeah. Now, he also supported Pinochet in Chile, which isn't good. You know, we don't like a fascism supporter.
Yeah, that's... I guess.
We also have Vietnam. So, you know, Nixon ends Vietnam, but, you know, if he just ended Vietnam faster, everyone would have loved that. But he took such a massive L with ending Vietnam because he takes so long to do it.
And I think the statistic is in Nixon's time in Vietnam alone, like his presidency for Vietnam, they dropped more bombs than all of World War II.
Yeah, and Mr. says it exactly right. Nixon escalates Vietnam, then ends Vietnam. So it's like, in the end, he ends it, but after this, like, frankly, baffling process of, like, not necessarily escalation in terms of, like, the scope, but just escalation in terms of the intensity, and then sort of fades it out.
He lights it on fire, and then he walks away.
Yeah, and people hate. I mean, he was incredibly unpopular because of that. We do have SALT with the USSR. We're talking about more missile treaties, so that's good. We have the EPA.
Good.
We also have Nixon's sort of, when we talk about, like, modern conservatism, like, really modern conservatism, we point to, like, Reagan with, like, the evangelical vote, but, like, we'll talk about Nixon and the whole, like, states' rights idea, and also sort of the racial element, which Nixon was really not good on. And also Nixon starts the war on drugs. Oh no. Now, it escalates later.
Yeah.
We have our friend Ronnie Reagan coming up. But, you know, I gotta take away points for starting the war on drugs. Especially, you know, and if you listen the Nixon tapes, how wonderful. Nixon's very clear that at least part of the motivation is that he wants to criminalize activities performed by certain groups of people. He's very clear about his intention. And we're not judging these guys personally, but holy moly, the Nixon tapes. He was racist.
What are you talking about? He was only a little
and then, of course, so already, I'm going to be honest, already, this is not a good record.
Yeah, no.
There's some good stuff, but this is not a good record.
Then he gets the...
and then we get to Watergate.
And then we get Watergate, so...
Then we get to Watergate. Oh, no, Nixon. Why would you... I mean, I'll tell you why. Nixon was incredibly paranoid.
We were talking about Stalin paranoid earlier.
I mean, I think
Stalin's a bit more.
Stalin was more paranoid
Nixon's
than Nixon, but Nixon was paranoid. There's this great story. I heard it years ago, and I'm sort of forgetting it at this point. But basically, there were like student protesters outside the White House at it was like in the middle of the 1 or 2 a.m. middle of the night, and Nixon goes down to these protesters because he's the president. He's so concerned, and he goes to try and talk with these protesters, and of course they just keep chanting at him, and Nixon's like, listen to me, and then the press prints out like, crazy Nixon exits White House at 2 a.m. to talk to protesters, and it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing, man?
Doesn't that college in Ohio event happen under Nixon?
Yeah, it's oh man, does anybody remember Yeah. What is the college called? Yes, it's a protest at a college in Ohio, and what is it, like state troopers or something? They shoot a bunch of the protesters. Does anybody remember what that is called?
I don't think the song says it.
No, it's not. It's not Ohio State. It's like a small college. It's 1974, I think. 1974. Ohio
essentially there's a protest college there, and he sends in the National Guard.
Shooting. Kent State massacre. Yeah. And so that's some really bad 1970. So that's some really bad PR for Nixon, basically. This shooting happens during a protest at Kent State in Ohio. Yeah. Not good. And there's also a very famous song about it, Ohio, by Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. You know, the super group of that era. Yes. Great track. And then, Watergate, big... Okay, where are we putting Nixon?
Okay, but we didn't talk about his greatest contribution, which is Nixon in Futurama is the best thing that he did.
Whoops. I just clicked out of the thing. Okay, we're still good. What did I just...
I don't even know.
All right, good. I don't think I leaked anything. All right, we're fine. All right, we're back. I was like, what was on that other page? Nothing was. Okay, so I'm thinking D tier.
I could agree with D.
You need to do more to be put into F tier.
The Nixon tier.
Yeah, the Nixon tier.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he's worse than a lot of the people that we have in D.
Yeah.
But he's
I think
he has a home in D.
He does. I think we're talking like around here. We're talking like Wilson to Adams type area. I feel like I just have more hatred for Wilson than I do Nixon.
Yeah, but he's definitely better than Wilson.
Yeah, for sure. Chester A. Arthur?
I don't know.
It's probably bad. I think maybe...
Yeah, I think that's a good place to put him.
Right around John Adams.
Yeah.
D tier, mid D. Yeah, Trevor says Ethan's IRL Watergate. Yeah, that's exactly what that was. No, I was just like, oh my god, did I just leak something? No, nothing was leaked. Okay.
The Xbox chat, guys.
All right. I think mid D is Yeah, Harry says Wilson should be it. Let's not even get into Wilson. You can look at the last stream. We had the debate.
Ford.
Gerald Ford. They play football in college, and there's that famous SNL skit about him.
Yeah.
That's a funny one. That's what, Chevy Chase?
I think so. I think that's who they had play him.
I remember all those because, in high school we saw a lot of them. There's that one about Clinton as well. Maybe we'll watch that afterwards, or maybe it'd get claimed. I don't know.
I think
But
it would get claimed.
there's that hilarious. There's a lot of good SNL skits from back in the day. Yeah, the Clinton one about like McDonald's or whatever. Anyway, Gerald Ford. So there's the first thing to talk about is the fact that he pardons Nixon, and some people view this as a corrupt bargain. If we remember the original corrupt bargain, Andrew Jackson accuses Quincy Adams and Henry Clay of making this deal.
Yeah.
Which they did. And some people accuse Gerald Ford of making a corrupt bargain with Nixon, and the deal is that Nixon will stand down, resign, in order for, if Gerald Ford will pardon him. I don't know if there's any weight to that, but Gerald Ford does pardon Nixon.
I think that's kind of what you have to do at the time, because, again, we're dealing with the politics of the 70s at this point.
Yeah.
We're just getting out of Vietnam. A president going on trial probably isn't what we need. Does he deserve it?
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I feel like it would... I get why he did it. I get it. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I get it.
Yeah, I think it was probably bad, but
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't bother me too much, I guess. Yeah. We have amnesty for draft dodgers, which I think is fair given how much of a mess Vietnam was.
Yeah.
He supports Equal Rights Amendment. Doesn't pass, so you can't.
It still hasn't passed.
It still hasn't passed. Some further détente with the Soviet Union. He establishes some special needs education.
So, you know how we were talking about the definition of C for LBJ? How it's a mixed bag? Ford is the very definition of what C would be if we're going with...
Yeah.
Meh.
I agree. I'm going to put him below LBJ just to piss some people off. Because,
Oh, yeah, for Nixon, there was stagflation.
Oh, yeah, we haven't even gotten to the economic side of things. Someone's pointing out the 70s were a tough time to be a president. Yeah, tell that to Nixon and Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter. We're dealing with stagflation. The economy is... I mean, it's not... Well, that's the thing. It's not like it's falling off a cliff, but it's stagflating. We got inflation, stagnation. The U.S. economy's struggling. We're going to get to the oil embargo under Jimmy Carter. There's a lot of stuff. But yeah, the 70s was a tough time to be president. Absolutely. Yeah. A good and decent man who was perhaps in over his head. I don't know if Ford was it. Ford seems fine.
He was a college athlete,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Jimmy Carter is the very definition of a good and decent man who was perhaps in over his head, but...
He's also like the definition of somebody who did a great job outside of their presidency, but then their presidency was just...
Yeah, look, remember, we're not ranking them as people... or them outside of the presidency. We're ranking what they did with their terms. Right. And Jimmy Carter didn't do well. So, now, I will say, some presidents don't do well even though they have good conditions. Jimmy Carter had bad conditions.
Yeah.
So I will give that to him. We have the energy crisis I just mentioned with OPEC. Just a real disaster. And now... It's like, that wasn't necessarily Jimmy Carter's fault that it happened, but there's been a lot of criticism of his handling. He didn't do enough. There was that, I forget the quote where he basically says, like, well, we're all going through a hard time, so just put on a sweater. In response to people not being able to, like, heat their homes and stuff. He also, he deregulates airlines. So, I mean, if you're a fan of, like, commercial passenger aviation, then I guess that's good. He fails basically to respond to stagflation. I mean, there's not really much of a response to talk about. It's not good. He does establish the Department of Education. And then we also have the Iranian Revolution and the U.S. hostage crisis.
Didn't they refuse to release the hostages until
first
Reagan?
Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, they released the hostages first day of Reagan's presidency. Just to spite old Jimmy.
I cannot read your handwriting.
Well, I can read it out to you.
Okay.
I mean, that's basically what we have for Jimmy.
You're forgetting one of the bigger things. 3 Mile Island.
Oh, right, yeah.
3 Mile Island was under Jimmy.
Yeah, but that was fine in the end.
Yeah, but it was stressful, and it's what led to people not liking nuclear power in the U.S. That and Chernobyl. But
Yeah, though, I mean, we're still kind of, we've got a mixed relationship with nuclear power. Like, some countries, they really hate it.
yeah,
I'm very pro-nuclear power.
I'm pro-nuclear power as well. Why did I stumble through that?
I don't know. I think we need more nuclear power plants. It's a great way to move away from, coal and oil and stuff like that. But it's still very controversial because people are, they see things like Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island and they get scared.
I agree with Otis. He's mid.
I think he might be worse than mid.
He might be.
I think he might be a D tier.
Because people didn't respect him internationally.
Yeah. And the whole Iranian Revolution, well, once again, not Jimmy's fault. But it's like, it doesn't handle it well. Though I will say, basically America's fault. We literally talked about in this stream our meddling in Iran decades ago, and that all builds up to the Iranian Revolution. Whoops! The consequences of my actions.
Yeah.
So people are saying high D for Jimmy. I would agree with that.
Do we put him at the top of D? Because he doesn't have any major human rights violations.
What do we think?
He doesn't violate free speech.
How is Jimmy Carter compared to Grover Cleveland and Millard Fillmore? What do we think? Do we think he's above them or below them? I think Grover Cleveland is more like a very mixed bag. Jimmy isn't necessarily mixed. It's like all bad, but it's like not.
It's bad. It's not necessarily his fault.
Yeah, and it's also
it's
nothing as intensely bad as like a bottom of D. You know what I mean? People are saying top of D. I think I'd be fine with that. I agree. There we go.
All right, I remember you were quite the Reagan boy back in the day.
Well, my opinions have shifted.
I know. I know they have. I'm just saying.
We're on to Ronald Reagan. Now, we talked earlier about how it's going to get political. From here onwards, it's definitely going to be political.
Yeah.
So, that's how it is. These are recent presidents, especially starting with Reagan. There's basically no objective statement you can make that people will not intensely disagree with. So, Reagan, 1981. Trickle down tier list. That's funny. 1981 to 1989. So, under Reagan, we have Reaganomics. Light pointed this out with his joke, a trickle-down tier list, sort of the idea that you need deregulation, low taxes. This will allow corporations and the wealthy to build up wealth, which will then trickle down to the rest of the population. Now, I'm going to make a statement that some people will disagree with. I think if we look at the last, God, how long has it been? Couple decades, it's been like 40 years, basically. 40, 50 years.
40 years since, he started.
40 years. It's been a massive failure. The wealth hasn't trickled down. In fact, it's trickled up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you just look at the facts, if you look at wealth disparity in the United States, it's really bad. Yeah. And, it didn't get better with Reaganomics. So, if the idea of trickle-down economics is that you cut taxes and you deregulate industry and that wealth will trickle down to the bottom, then just factually that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Now, if you like trickle-down economics for a different reason, fine, you can argue that. But that hasn't happened at all.
Yeah. I do agree with Light there. He was the best communicator president, but other than that...
That's true. Reagan was, sort of in the JFK mold. He's a great sort of inspiring leader. He was a great talker, great at speeches. He really could inspire people. He had a quick wit to him. All those sorts of things. Trevor's. I'm still waiting on that trickle down. Yeah, we're. I think our generation. We're waiting on the trickle down. It hasn't happened yet. Maybe it will happen. Zods only cares about Reagan as he relates to Margaret Thatcher because he's British. I hate Margaret Thatcher because
don't get me started.
I'm Scottish and you're Irish, so we don't. Just for I don't know, ethnic reasons, we don't like her.
Among other reasons.
Among other reasons.
Ow.
So yeah, Reagan cuts taxes big time, especially corporate taxes. He cuts funding for food stamps, unemployment, housing, aid to families, but he doubles the military budget. So here we have, our responsible conservative cutting government aid, cutting government spending, but rapidly increasing the budget of the military.
Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Worked. Easy.
Of
Worked.
course.
Yeah. Star Wars was Reagan's sort of sci-fi plan to shoot missiles out of the sky and all that sort of stuff. The one thing people give to Reagan about the military budget is they say that he basically spent the USSR out of existence, which at a certain level is true. I mean, the USSR tried and couldn't afford to keep up. What I will say is that the USSR was already a corrupt, sort of declining mess, in my opinion.
I feel like a lot of people give him credit, like, oh, Reagan ends the Cold War. I feel like the Cold War was already ending, and he just happened to be the guy in charge.
Here's the thing about Reagan, the Cold War, détente was, we talked about really strong détente. Normalization of relations under Gerald Ford and under Jimmy Carter. Reagan, when he gets in office, immediately escalates the Cold War and then starts to de-escalate again. So it's sort of an interesting process. Star Wars is a program, best example of military waste. I think he wastes a lot of money on military programs that don't even achieve anything. And I basically, what I think is that I think the USSR was sort of on its way out already. De-escalation was already sort of in vogue. It was already struggling. So, sure, Ronald Reagan sort of aided the end of the USSR, but I think the process was already happening. And not to mention, when the USSR falls apart, it's kind of like a mess for everybody involved. Yeah. So maybe if it fell apart in a different way, that would have been better, rather than what actually happened. I don't know. That's a counterfactual we can't tell. But, I'm not really going to give Reagan too much credit for, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down these taxes, light jokes.
Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Yeah. And then, sort of another aspect of Reaganomics is basically the anti-labor position, right?
Yeah.
The most famous example is the air traffic controllers strike, where Reagan just, fires everybody. And that basically leads to the collapse of organized labor. Organized labor has never been very strong in the United States compared to other countries, but under Reagan, it, completely collapses. And Mr. Mister's pointing this out. Pro-business, damaged unions, allowed businesses to take over, letting every deal go through, which allowed the consolidation of business and monopolies. So, this is Reaganomics. Zod's and Harry are debating Thatcher now.
Fun time.
He spends a lot of money on America's physics department. There's a great video by Bobby Broccoli on... He has a lot of great videos on, American particle colliders and stuff, and, the disaster that is, government trying to handle that sort of thing. I definitely recommend those videos. And then Reagan... Also, to continue Reagan, he vetoes some civil rights legislation, which is overrode by Congress.
Yeah.
Big L for Reagan. And then I think, actually, we're getting to some of his worst mistakes, in my opinion. He intensifies the war on drugs.
To a heavy extent. Yeah.
And it's look, I'm not taking, the pro-drug position, but the war on drugs has been a disaster for this country. If you look at the war on drugs... And you look at the amount of people we have in prison today, and you look at all the violence... it's been a disaster. Yeah. It's been an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
I feel like... very few people disagree with that. Even more conservative people will probably admit that the war on drugs has been terrible. He tripled federal debt, primarily from the military spending.
AIDS.
Yeah, that's what we're getting to. So I think another one of Reagan's worst mistakes, or I don't know if you call it a mistake, it was kind of on purpose, is the AIDS crisis.
Didn't talk about it
at
all. I think the first thing, publicly in the U.S. that talked about it was the cartoon Captain Planet. I'm pretty confident that was the first thing to address.
I do believe that was a big moment. So, Reagan, he basically ignores the AIDS crisis. He sees it as, a lot of conservatives did, which is he sees it as a punishment from God against gay people. And so he allows this extremely harmful disease to continue and doesn't treat it until, like, you know, right at the very end. There's some government action. So pretty horrifying, you know?
Yeah.
This humanitarian crisis in America that he basically completely ignores and in private conversation justifies. And Mr. points out his cabinet would make fun of the AIDS crisis because they either felt like it wasn't a big deal, or some of the more religious ones literally felt it was a punishment from God. And then we have another Reagan L, which is the Iran-Contra crisis.
Yes.
You knew you were going to get to this. So, Reagan... So, we have the Contras in Nicaragua. We have the Sandinistas and the Contras. And the Contras are basically this sort of, like, violent, far-right paramilitary that, because the U.S. is so obsessed with stopping communism at any cost, they're willing to fund them. But Congress is like, no.
They deal drugs.
Yeah, you shouldn't do this. And so what Reagan does is he makes money from selling arms to Iran and uses that money to fund the Contras in Nicaragua.
Technically committing high treason.
Yeah.
But then this guy, Ollie North, takes the blame.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, Ollie North takes the fall. Reagan does the whole, I don't remember. I don't know. I don't recall. Is that what he says?
I don't recall.
I don't recall what was happening. And Reagan manages to dodge blame, but obviously it was him in charge.
I will say he did handle the Challenger well. He did a good job with talking to the American public about
good
that.
communicator.
He did defund NASA like immediately after that though.
Yep.
So that was.
Yep. So, I think Reagan is a truly horrible president. And this is where it gets real controversial because to the modern day American conservative, Reagan is one of the best of all time. They rank him up in A tier, up in S tier. In my opinion, he's truly awful. I'd probably put him sort of like lowish D tier. I just think the effect that Reagan has had on our country over the past couple decades has been truly terrible. The lack of responding to the AIDS crisis, the collapse of organized labor, Reaganomics, the stratification of our society, the more and more wealth at the top, all this sort of thing, the war on drugs, I think it's led to some really, really bad consequences. And so I think Reagan's like low D.
I agree, low D. Maybe mid D. Well, let's look at who's in D.
Light says, hold on, somebody stabbed me in the back in D&D. Gotta crush him. Lol. Chat seems to agree on D.
Well, I don't think he's worse than
I'm gonna be honest. I think if you look at the consequences
he's worse than Nixon.
Yeah.
Definitely worse than Nixon.
Is he worse than a Woodrow Wilson? Or a Chester A. Arthur?
I think he's better than Wilson, but worse than Arthur.
I think like low D is the area for him. Mr. argues that he's an F because his bad policies are felt to this day. And I get that.
That's fair, but with a lot of these presidents, they were felt for decades after as well. Maybe not to this day because...
I think it's just obviously easier to see because, we're living through it. Where it's easier to see the negative consequences of Reagan's administration. But yeah, I think, I think this is a fair ranking, low D. I think in my personal opinion, truly, one of the worst. And to be fair, we've got him, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's either 7 or 8.
Eighth worst.
8, yeah, 8th worst, which I think is probably, I think he really is a top 10 worst president.
Oh, yeah.
He's truly terrible.
On to good old Bush Sr.
Even liberal historians put Reagan in the top 10, 20. Anything lower seems partisan. Well, I don't know about liberal historians or conservative historians. It's probably...
It's just...
sort of a weird way to frame it.
I can't think of any legitimate good that he did that would come anywhere close to outweighing the bad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think if you just give it a... obviously our opinions are getting caught up in this, but if you give an objective look at Reagan, we've listed... what is good enough to bring him higher than D.
C-SPAN.
I don't know if C-SPAN is like a liberal. Yeah, look, here's the thing. We're making our own list. You know, we don't have to look at C-SPAN rankings. We're using our own parameters. I disagree. The thing is, Zod's, I disagree with that point. He ended the nuclear threat after escalating it. But sure, that's a positive.
Again, he didn't end the Cold War.
And then brought the Cold War to an end. Like we were saying earlier, I think his role in bringing the Cold War to an end is vastly overstated.
Yeah, he just happened to be the guy when the Soviet Union's economy just collapsed. Granted, he did spend a lot, which made them want to spend a lot. But
yeah, I think that was a part of it.
They were already on the downturn of things.
I think if you look at the history of the USSR, it was already this intensely corrupt, sort of declining society. I agree with Mr. Mister. I would say the USSR ended the USSR, not Reagan. So I'm sure. Yeah, Reagan has some responsibility. You know, he has some role to play in that, but I think his role is sort of overstated. So I just don't think there's enough to bring him up. I think really low D.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think like. I don't know. I just think, like, even from an objective perspective, I don't know how you could rank him well, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Bush Sr.
Yes. Bush Sr., 1989 to 1993. Gulf War? Let's start off with USSR, because that's where we ended.
I guess that's fair.
So, we basically have increasing détente with the USSR, but of course the big thing is that the USSR collapses during Bush's presidency. And he basically stays out of it. I mean, honestly, and if you read about the time period, when the USSR begins to collapse, Bush and his administration are basically telling them to, like, whoa, back it up a little bit. Because they know that if the USSR collapses, it'll be this massive power vacuum throughout Eastern Europe, and the United States is a little afraid of that situation. And so Bush actually urges caution and moderation. Now, caution and moderation isn't what happens.
Yeah.
The thing falls apart. And so Bush basically decides to stay out of it. It's kind of like, that's fine. He didn't really do anything bad. He didn't really do anything good in respect to that. Sort of stayed out of it. Gulf War. So, Gulf War, I don't know if there's too much to say, but it's this sort of, like, quick endeavor.
Which
very
also
successful.
created a power vacuum.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think, as with every U.S. conflict, you can frame it from, like, the lens of, well, we're going in here for this idealistic, but then you can, you can look at it realistically.
I mean, granted, did Saddam Hussein have to go?
I don't know if he had to go. He was a bad guy.
He was a real bad guy, yeah. But yeah, it also created a power vacuum in the Middle East, which...
Sort of U.S. intervention in the Middle East is not usually just ends up with bad consequences. Yeah. But, Gulf, I'm not going to, Gulf War, yeah, all right. Someone mentioned NAFTA. It's not passed under Bush, but he does negotiate NAFTA. So you can give that to him.
Yeah.
Iraq was worse off after. So yeah, that's sort of the argument, is that, like, I kind of get it, but also, yeah, things sort of start to really deteriorate afterwards.
Yeah.
So it's like, at the end of it, was the Gulf War a good thing? Probably not. But, yeah. And then NAFTA, there's a lot of debate on NAFTA these days. There was a lot of debate at the time.
Yeah.
People have different perspectives. Sort of, today a lot of your more right-wing politicians will be very anti-NAFTA. Someone like a Trump, even though he sort of renegotiated it, but his rhetoric was very anti-NAFTA. Sort of your more centrist corporate Republicans and Democrats will be more pro-NAFTA. Someone on the further left of American politics, like a Bernie Sanders, might be more anti-NAFTA. So there's sort of a spectrum with NAFTA today. I'm more pro-NAFTA. I think free trade's a good thing. I think there were negative consequences that came from NAFTA, absolutely, and we haven't really dealt with those negative consequences very well. But
right.
In my opinion, NAFTA is a positive. So, I don't know if you have anything to say on that.
I live under a political rock. So there is that.
He literally destabilized the entire region of the Middle East. Yeah.
Yeah.
Americans with Disabilities Act, Immigration Act, Clean Air Act. These are good things. And then we have sort of one thing that I don't know how well it's remembered today, but it was super infamous at the time. You know, the no new, read my lips, no new taxes.
Yeah.
This is something that H.W. Bush said in a very famous speech. You know, he's promising not to raise taxes, and then what does he do during his term? He raises taxes.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair...
Is the economy stupid?
That's Clinton. To be fair, like, if you have to raise taxes, you have to raise taxes. I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
But the very infamous moment at the time, I won't hold it too much against him, but you are breaking a very prominent campaign promise, so a lot of people did not like that. And of course, you know, Bush just, doesn't end up getting reelected. He's a one-term president.
Yeah.
Even though he had this successful war, which is kind of a crazy thing. Usually a wartime president gets a big boost, but he ends up... Clinton is the next president. But before we get to Clinton, where do we want to rank H.W.? I think... For me, he's maybe like a high C. Or
I was going to say bottom of C.
Bottom of C?
Well, I guess, yeah, he did...
Wow, people are saying a D tier. I don't think he's a D tier. Alright. Well, I was going to say high C, but... Okay. We're definitely heading lower than high C, so maybe more of a low C. High C, low B, C or D, low C. Didn't he do 9/11? No, that was the other one. Alright, we're heading towards C. Okay. Not high C. So where does he rank amongst the C
I
tiers?
think right below Zachary Taylor.
You think?
Yeah.
Alright. I can handle that. That's fine. I mean, I feel like he's pretty mid, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think there's some good stuff, there's some bad stuff. I might put him a little higher in C, but I get it.
Zods gets me.
Yeah, Zods agrees. Alright, we're on to our last four.
To the Pizza Hut.
Yeah. Bill Clinton. So, Bill Clinton's most remembered for his daily trips to the Pizza Hut and McDonald's and Burger King.
Yeah, and his daily trips to the Oval Office.
Yeah, well, yeah, those other trips. But, of course, it's not about personal character, so we don't have to judge how much McDonald's he ate or how many... how much he did other things. That's not really what it's about. So, Clinton. We got a lot to talk about. 1993 to 2001. Clinton enters into office with his third way neoliberalism, right? Because if we think about the context, you've got Reagan and then H.W., who are sort of part of the same brands, though H.W. is a little more moderate, of neoconservatism. It's happening in the UK with Thatcher. And so what happens afterwards is that the Democrats make an adjustment. And so they moved more towards the right or more towards the center, however you want to frame it, in this third way, what we now call neoliberalism. It also happens in the UK with Tony Blair, where they basically take some of what the conservatives had done and they keep it, and they sort of move more towards the center. And so, Bill Clinton, we actually have a budget surplus under Bill Clinton. Mm-hmm. Now, how much is he responsible for that? Somewhat. I mean, he is this third-way neoliberal, so he's sort of big on... He's not necessarily big on spending, right? He is big about, surplus, cutting, expenses, that sort of thing. But also we're talking about the economy of the 90s, which is pretty strong. The United States has officially recovered from the stagflation.
Yes.
Though, we talk about, wealth inequality. That's not good, but the economy is recovering. This guy's the single reason why Russia and Putin are causing so much trouble right now. I don't know about that. I don't know if he's the single reason why. I think there were a lot of mistakes in how the United States dealt with Russia post-Soviet Union.
Yeah.
I think HW is responsible for some of those. I think Clinton's responsible. I think George W. is responsible. I think Obama's responsible. But I gotta be honest, like, so there is some responsibility there, but it's way more complicated than just Clinton. Yeah. There's responsibility amongst a lot of American officials. Of course, a lot of responsibility, with Putin and Russia itself. So, yeah, I disagree with that statement, Zods. I think it's way, way more complicated than that. We have, since I mentioned Tony Blair, we now have a Tony Blair debate going on in chat.
What have you done?
What have I done? Okay, so budget surplus. That's pretty good, I guess. Good. Yeah. Don't ask, don't tell. It's like, I guess, an improvement, but like not great.
Yeah. It's a step in a direction.
It's a step in a direction. One of Clinton's big things was that he wanted to reform American healthcare. Completely failed. Fell flat. NAFTA actually passes under Clinton, and Clinton sort of claims NAFTA as his own achievement, pretty successfully, I think. I feel like NAFTA is way more associated with Clinton than it is Bush. And in fact, when, I remember back in 2016 when NAFTA was a sort of big issue, like people like Trump were railing against it, they never talked about George H.W. Bush. They would talk about Clinton. So maybe it's because of that. America had this one chance in the 90s to turn Russia into a democratic state and even an ally, and he screwed it up. I think... So that's a much more complex discussion. I think that's partially due to Clinton and Bush, and also a lot of it's sort of like just the American foreign policy machine, even beyond the president. I do agree that I think, America should have lent more aid and more friendship to the Russians while they were down, instead of basically like kicking them. But I'm not sure how much you can single-handedly give that to Clinton. A lot went wrong for a lot of different reasons from a lot of different people.
Yes.
So, I think you definitely criticize him for his dealing with Russia, but I don't know. I'm not going to give him too much blame for that, in my opinion, at least. We have the 1994 crime bill, drafted by Joe Biden. I think this is one of those ones where, the long-term consequences have not been good. Not at all. More cops, expanded death penalty, and really the big result of this has been mass incarceration. We talk about the amount of people in prisons due to the war on drugs. This is another one of those instances that led to the mass incarceration in the United States. I believe, we have like 3% of the world's population, but like 20% of its prison population, or something like that.
Yeah.
America has an insane number of people locked up. And a lot of that is due to the 1994 crime bill. And, a lot of criticism, I think, is deserved for Clinton and for Biden, who drafted the thing.
Yeah.
We're talking about the three strikes thing. It just a lot of not good policy there. Still haven't reached Trump. Well, we got a whole British Prime Minister debate going on at the moment. So Clinton was better, definitely way better on the AIDS crisis than his predecessors.
Yeah.
Way better. You can always ask for more, but he was way better than his... it was kind of like, at that point, this is the 90s. Damn, we are late into the AIDS crisis, but he was way better than those who came before.
At least he started the race.
Yeah. Yeah. He was... It's sort of like... And as you can see, as we head into the 80s and 90s and beyond, sort of like LGBT issues become a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so with Clinton, he is sort of like publicly pro-gay for the time. Remember, we're talking about pro-gay for the time.
Right.
But he signs the Defense of Marriage Act, which defines marriage as one man, one woman. So it's sort of like, he's sort of fluctuating between a more pro-LGBT position.
Closer.
And then also anti. And so he bears some responsibility, but also the environment of the time. It's sort of a mixed bag, right? Surprised this hasn't turned into a Rome stream yet. And JHC points out, a lot of this is due to the massive drop in defense spending in the 90s, because the collapse of the USSR. So that's like a circumstantial thing, but also you've got to give Clinton credit for even doing it, for even cutting the budget. And then we have the whole, so, you know, a lot of people, and these jokes were made in chat, a lot of people think about Monica Lewinsky and the whole impeachment business. In my opinion, that's basically a non-issue.
I mean, other than him lying under oath, I don't care.
I don't care. Like I said, we're talking about these men as presidents, the impacts they had, not as people. I don't care how bad of a guy Clinton is, to be honest with you.
Right.
I think the impeachment was basically BS, and everybody knows it. They just wanted to get him on something. You know, he ended up not having to leave office, of course. But, you know, there was this whole impeachment shenanigans. And if we want to talk about polarization in American politics, a lot of it really happens under Clinton. We have that one particular Congress. I don't remember if it's 93 or 94, but when the Republicans sweep into Congress under Newt Gingrich, we really see the emergence of serious polarization. And this is really, in sort of modern American politics, the first, like, obstructionist Congress we see. That conservative Congress under Gingrich, their goal is to obstruct everything Clinton wants to do.
Yeah.
And if we look at American politics since then, we've had constant gridlock, constant obstruction, constant polarization, all that sort of stuff. So a lot of that really comes back to here. But that's not really, I don't think that's Clinton's fault.
I don't think that's his fault.
No. Yeah, we deal with a lot of petty politics under Clinton, but I don't think it's necessarily his responsibility. So in terms of more the foreign policy side of things, we have a failure to intervene in the Rwandan genocide. Not great.
Yeah.
It's sort of tough because that's a failure to do something, which is harder to judge than actually doing something. And I'm very critical of U.S. intervention, but, you know, it's like, damn, definitely missed that one.
I feel like I wouldn't weigh that too heavily on him because the UN did send people, right?
Well yes, but they didn't do anything.
Yeah.
You would need, like, United States or NATO action to actually do anything. And then, of course, later on we see, or I don't know if it's later on, I don't know the timeline, but we see NATO intervention in
Yugoslavia?
Yeah, Yugoslavia. Which I think, you know, there's a lot of talk about this, a lot of criticism, a lot of political stuff. I think overall was better than not.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't want to see the Albanians or the Kosovars be massacred by the Serbs.
Right.
You know, so there you go. We have more trade with China, less tariffs, based, more free trade, based.
Free trade.
And then we have the Israel-Palestine negotiations at Camp David, which I think, in my opinion, and the opinion of most, was the closest we've ever gotten to coming to a solution on the issue. Unfortunately, it fell through. It feels like we got really close at that point. Bill Clinton almost negotiated an end to the Israel-Palestine conflict. It didn't end up happening, but, you know, it was a damn good attempt. I'll give him that. Yeah, chat is so on British politics right now.
Oh.
But Trevor says allowing medical leave is a W. Yeah, we have the Family and Medical Leave Act, so
that's good.
That is good. But yeah, that's what we have for Clinton.
High C maybe.
Yeah, I think Clinton's a C tier. American politics is boring. British politics is good. Now, not even just being an American, I think most people would disagree with that.
Yes.
American politics is insane. I think most of the world is watching American politics, and it's psycho most of the time. So I really don't think American politics is boring. High C. I think I'd agree with Clinton as high C. You know, I do think he did some bad things and some good things. I like NAFTA. Medical leave is good. The budget surplus is good.
Maybe right above
AIDS
LBJ.
response is good. The crime bill is so bad. Yeah, I think above John Quincy.
I could live with that.
I think above John Quincy. I don't know. The ultimate C. I'm curious what Zods thinks about Clinton. He seems to hate Clinton. I'm curious where he would place him. Harry says about the U.S. Congress, they sit in silence for one person to ramble on. British Parliament, they shout at each other. Yeah, but, American politics does not revolve around congressional sessions. We do a lot of campaigning and, speeches and that sort of thing.
That and we're not British.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah.
I agree. British Parliament's pretty fun to see them yelling at each other and saying the ridiculous things. Just an average Democrat to counter the Republican wave after Reagan and Bush, high C. I agree with Trevor. I basically agree with Trevor. No ways in C. Get him down into high D. I think you're on your own here, Zods. Most people are saying C. And I agree with... I think, a generous interpretation puts him in B. I think a fair interpretation puts him in C.
I think he's definitely not top 10.
No.
Absolutely not top 10.
Absolutely not top 10. I think if you're a real, neoliberal type,
yeah,
Clinton's probably a B for you. But also, you probably have more people in your B and A than we do. I think a fair interpretation, we have him C. And I think you could slide him around in C. And if you're more, maybe more cynical, more negative, you could put him lower. But I think high C is fair.
Yeah.
Give him a C even if I don't like him personally. Yeah, I think that's fair. Zods wants him low C, but I think most of the chat thinks he's a sort of mid to high C. Yeah. He's number 1 in Bosnia. That's true. If you're a Bosniak, a Muslim Bosnian, or if you're an Albanian or a Kosovar, you love Bill Clinton. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Thank You USA song. Maybe you'll have to show that afterwards. It's like this, a Albanian or Kosovar song where they sing about how great Bill Clinton is.
Okay.
It's pretty great.
On the good old...
In fact, I'll just pull it up right now. Why not? I'll pull it up right now. I'll give you guys a little look at it. Because it's a pretty funny meme. Thank you. And this is in relation to the U.S. intervention in Yugoslavia. And I'm going to mute the mic because it's going to echo if I do not. But take a listen to this.
You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend.
All right. Anyway, that's Thank You, USA. I felt like I just wanted to include that quickly. How have I don't know how you've never heard this. Yeah, it's a hilarious song.
Yeah.
Don't think we'll get to 20 Ds. Darn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
It's a 14.
6, 7. 14. Nope, we could only get 17 max.
We tried.
Yeah, we tried. We really did try. All right. On to George W. Bush. Son of H.W. We have ourselves a political dynasty. Now, you could make the argument that he committed one of the worst atrocities in American history.
I don't know if we have enough evidence to make that claim. But
No, I don't. Yeah, so we have 9. So, George W. Bush, his time in office is absolutely defined by 9/11. Absolutely. Did he know? Did he do it? No. Was he aware that something was off? Well, they had intelligence to suggest that, there was something. No, I don't know.
Nah.
We don't know. Bush the Jon Snow of America. You know nothing, George Bush. So 9/11. It's like, okay, sort of some inspiring leadership in the aftermath of 9/11. He was never the best speaker.
Yeah.
But he sort of brought some people together. But then the post 9/11 policy. Oh God! If we want to talk about the disaster that America's in today, I'm sorry. You go back to George Bush.
Yeah.
The war on terror, the invasion of Afghanistan, then Iraq, the whole the justification for going into Iraq, the weapons of mass destruction that never found, was a total lie. They knew it was a lie at the time.
Didn't he just have a speech where he messed up and said, yeah,
Yeah, he did. But Biden also did that. But yeah, Bush did that. So just a terrible, terrible situation. George War Crime Bush, George L. Bush. Yeah, we have torture being authorized by Bush, or sorry, enhanced interrogation.
Oh,
not torture.
Course.
Of course. We had the Patriot Act. Oh God, which is surveillance of suspected terrorists, which in practice means surveillance of anybody the NSA wants.
Yes.
What a mess. I thought we had a right to privacy in this country. Apparently not. He also made an attempt to privatize Social Security. Of course he failed. No one's ever, that's no one wants to do that, right?
Yeah.
Like, even your average conservative individual who's like a 65-year-old grandpa, he's relying on Social Security. So, they don't want that.
Katrina?
Yep. Slow response to Hurricane Katrina. Kanye West,
Yeah.
which doesn't care about black people. We have the 2008. His term is capped off by the 2008 financial crisis, which he. It's not like he had too much time to respond, but he didn't really give the response you would want. And that's mostly handled under Obama, and we can talk about that when we get to it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Guantanamo Bay started with Bush, but he used it a lot. He used Guantanamo Bay a lot.
Yeah.
And for those that don't know, it's this off America, it's not in the United States. It's like outside of America territory that we administer, where we can do whatever we want to suspected terrorists.
Because in the U.S. we have cruel, you can't do cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, and so...
So they were like, well, what if
it's not
you didn't do it in the U.S., so then it's fine.
Yeah, and so... And what's been released afterwards shows that, first off, a lot of the guys in prison there didn't actually end up being terrorists, and a lot of them ended up being innocent of even sort of any wrongdoing.
Yeah.
So basically just torturing
people
pretty terrible.
For the sake of torturing people.
Yeah. Gitmo been there for decades at least. Yeah, I don't know if it started under Bush, but Bush made very heavy use of Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah.
So, not good. So, Bush is terrible.
Yeah.
I guess we need to ask ourselves, how terrible was Bush?
I'm
curious what people think. Really bad for America.
I think I know where I would put him.
I know what you're getting at. He's obviously either low D or F. But F is an exclusive club right now.
Yeah.
It's an exclusive club. If the audience generally agrees with F, then I'm okay putting him...
I could do the same.
Did you know? Yeah. There's that, Harry's pointing out, there's that famous, we see that where Bush is reading a book to school children at a school, and then they whisper in his ear, the first tower's been hit. And, yeah. Behind Van Buren. Not worse than Wilson and Jackson. Yeah, I agree Jackson's worse. I don't know about Wilson. I think Bush might be worse.
Yeah, because sure, Wilson... Oh, Wilson did do a lot of bad.
Here's the thing, though, and I was kind of thinking this. I'll put them here for now. I was thinking, well, we sort of reserved these tiers for those that caught, Franklin Pierce, Van Buren, they actually caused some, horrible violence. But so did George Bush.
Yeah.
Look at Iraq and Afghanistan. What a disaster.
Yeah, war crimes.
Look at how the amount of people that died.
Yeah, there's no positive I could think of for Bush. There's just none. Absolutely none.
I agree. I don't know how Wilson isn't an F. We're not going to get back into it. You can look at our last stream, but basically there are some few positives about Wilson, even though there's a lot of negatives. And so he's low D, which I think is where he belongs.
Whereas I feel like F is reserved for, there are no redeeming qualities. It's kind of like how S is you need to be perfect. F is you need to suck.
Or it's so bad. Like, I think Andrew Jackson has some redeeming qualities, but what he did is so bad
Yeah.
that he gets into F tier. Yeah. All right, yeah, Bush has to be. Yeah, Bush kill count go crazy.
Yeah.
1 million Iraqis dead. For what? Seriously, for what? Fake weapons of mass destruction? That's Bush, in my opinion. And that, yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously, like, you know,
Okay.
a lot of these guys lower, they've caused deaths on American soil. Bush caused the deaths of many American soldiers, but also roughly about 1 million Iraqis. So it's kind of like, yeah, that's really bad.
Otis, I do agree. Like, yeah, he did kind of bring the American public together after 9/11. I'll give you that. But
Yeah.
everything else...
Yeah, and we brought that up
Yeah.
when we first talked about him. JCH said, I don't think that was brought up. That was literally the first thing we said about Bush, was that immediately after 9/11, he was never a great speaker, but he brought people together.
Yeah.
But then it sort of, we immediately devolve into his terrible war on terror
Yeah.
policy. So, you know, it's sort of like, you can give him credit for that. Fair enough, Otis, fair enough. But that's absolutely not dragging him out of
Yeah.
F tier. I think for me, Bush could potentially be low D, because I think F is an exclusive club, but many of you seem to agree that he's F
Yeah.
tier. So I'm fine putting him in F tier. If it was my list, he might be at the bottom of D, but, you know, really bad,
Yeah.
basically. Really bad. Okay.
My fellow Americans.
Yeah, with the Obabe impression. We move on to Obabe. You know, I'm not a fan of Bush, but Johnson and Buchanan do not seem remotely similar to him. Well, they're different in some ways.
Yeah, Buchanan we have down here because he didn't do
So
anything.
Buchanan basically didn't prevent the U.S. sliding into civil war. Johnson tried his best to stop Reconstruction. Jackson, you know, led this, you know, basically horrific humanitarian disaster and also, like, ignored U.S. governing norms.
Yeah.
Bush caused the deaths of many Americans and also many, many more. We're talking hundreds of thousands or 1 million plus Iraqis and Afghanis. That's got to get you an F tier, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and then there's his mishandling of Katrina.
The mishandling of
things
Katrina.
like that.
Yeah, I agree. And so, I mean, we have Bush at the top of F tier, but, like, come on now.
Yeah.
Like, that's truly terrible. I mean, just at some point, and this is what we did with someone like Franklin Pierce, we said, just look at the death toll, man.
Yeah.
You just got to look at the death toll. How many Viet Cong died in Nam? A lot. But I think what LBJ has is he has other things pulling him back up.
LBJ at least has a lot of positive social stuff going for him.
Yeah.
Bush has nothing. He has like one thing.
That's the difference, is that when we look at Bush's domestic policy is terrible as well. So there's nothing bringing him up. Bush has this horrible atrocity on his hands, like LBJ, but Bush has nothing pulling him up, right? That's the difference with LBJ, is that LBJ has the domestic policy. Anyway, you know, we're just making our case. You can have a different opinion.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
That's completely fine. It's not, like we said, this is not objective. At the end of the day, this is subjective.
Exactly.
So if you have a different opinion, perfectly okay. Where would Tony Blair go on this list? I'm not read up enough on British politics to place Tony Blair. Do you even know anything about Tony Blair?
This is the first time I've heard the name.
So he's the Bill Clinton equivalent in the UK.
Okay.
But he also governs during the Iraq War. And so he is sort of this third way neoliberal type, but he also gets the UK involved in Bush's escapades, which a lot of people don't like. So I think he'd probably be like C. Sort of like a combo between Bush and Clinton. A lot closer to Clinton than Bush, though. I'll say that.
Obama.
I don't know. Maybe not Obama. No, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough comparison.
I'm saying
to make.
Obama.
Oh, you want to move on? I thought you were saying just like Obama. I was like,
No.
what? He's the British Bush. A lot of people see Tony Blair as the British Bush because of his involvement in American warmongering. I would say that's a little that's not entirely fair, but I know Zods is a big Tony Blair fan, which is, I thought Zods was a conservative type, Tony Blair's Labor, but maybe that gives you an idea of what Tony Blair was like.
Okay.
But yeah, he wouldn't be up here, he'd be probably around here. But I don't know enough really on Tony Blair. Tony Blair was, I guess, my prime minister growing up, but I don't know, I wasn't paying much attention to politics.
I don't know.
Okay, on to Obabe. So, we've got a lot to go through.
Yeah.
With our last two, we've got a lot to go through. And this is, this is where it gets really political. People are probably going to disagree. Obama soda. All right, anyway, we've got all the memes. So, Obama. I've got a lot of stuff. It's not in order. Let's just go through it. More NASA funding. That's nice.
That's nice.
That's
it's not
nice.
great, but it's nice.
It might be great. I don't know. It's nice. We have... The thing about Obama is that his administration is really defined by sort of action obstructed by Congress, aka lack of action most of the time. Mm. And so there's stuff like, Obama passes some executive action gun control, but it's like, what he doesn't actually get much done because he'd need a bill to get it done. And Roydian points out something good, which is that people's minds are going to change on these two a lot.
Yeah.
Remember, we don't have really the historical perspective on these presidents at the moment. We've lived through these last few. We remember Obama. Of course, we remember Trump. So we don't have the historical perspective yet, and we won't probably for a while. So that's why this is like a sort of political ranking at this point. Because we can't rank them historically. We don't have the full context. Okay, and so Obama, he renews the Patriot Act. Tut. We also have the whole, the NSA drama, where, Edward Snowden comes out as a whistleblower, says we're all getting spied on, and then, Obama's like, well, I don't know about that, and then tries to prosecute Edward Snowden, who then flees and ends up in Russia.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, pretty bad. Pretty bad response. Obama, we continue, we have another Democrat president, we look back on sort of the LGBT issues. Obama, on gay issues, he's sort of more moderate. When he comes into office, he's opposed to gay marriage, he's like pro-civil union. By the end of his presidency, of course we get, gay marriage from the Supreme Court, but Obama ends up being more of a voice for sort of pro-LGBT policies by the end of his presidency. So he goes through a bit of a transformation regarding that. So we talked about the financial crash with Bush, obviously a pretty terrible event, worldwide, had a more negative effect on other countries than it did us, but pretty bad for us as well. Obama's basically left to respond to that, and Obama passes this stimulus package. Now, once again, it's like a pretty mixed bag, but I'm pretty critical of Obama on this. Obviously, he offers some aid, he props up the banks, that sort of thing. But to me, it sort of feels like there's a lack of regulation included in this bill, and so the banking sector is sort of mainly allowed to return to what it was, rather than the increased regulation that it really needs after this sort of financial crash. And JC is saying I would stop at Bush myself. That's completely fair. You could stop wherever you want. It's sort of arbitrary where you draw the line in terms of who we have the proper context for. But I think for us, we were like, we're not going to do Biden because he's in the middle, but we're going to go up until the nearest complete presidency because they're finished. We can look at them. Our opinions might change over time, but
right.
We can give a ranking. And so I think the response to the financial crash from Obama, it's like he sort of does the economic propping up that's necessary, but does not bring any of the regulation that is needed, in my opinion. And then, we sort of have the whole Iraq and Afghanistan situation. well, there's the murder of Osama bin Laden, which I don't know how much you can credit that to Obama.
I
but
think that more so goes toward the SEAL
Team 6.
Yeah.
That's good, I guess. Removing troops from Iraq, initially increasing troops in Afghanistan, and then sort of paring it down. Obama sort of basically continues the status quo in terms of our foreign wars. Sort of brings it down a little, but sort of continues it. I mean, Afghanistan only ends under Joe Biden, so we've got a while to go. So I think you can give Obama some pretty strong criticism for that.
Doesn't he continue Guantanamo Bay?
Yep. Continues Guantanamo Bay. Does a lot of deportations of illegal immigrants. That's different depending on your opinion. I think the mistreatment of them is pretty bad. Obama does a lot of that.
Drone strike?
Yeah. That's sort of part of the continued wars in the Middle East. But yeah, all the drone strikes, all the civilian deaths, that sort of thing. He does normalize relations with Cuba, which I think is good.
Yeah.
Because we've really screwed them over enough at this point. We have, and then sort of his big legislative achievement. Well, there's a few, but the biggest one's Obamacare, of course.
Which is gone now.
Well,
for the most part, it is. Yeah.
It's not really gone. Trump tried. No, I mean Trump tried to revoke it, but he completely failed.
Okay.
Remember that famous John McCain vote?
Oh yeah.
Thumbs down. Yeah. So it's not really. I mean, it's still here. And Trevor gives my opinion on Obamacare, which is the sentiment was good, and Obamacare initially was this really strong healthcare bill. It got so watered down over time, and not even watered down by Republicans, watered down by conservative Democrats that Obama basically allowed to water down his bill, and so Obamacare ended up being this half measure. I think it's good. It's good to basically provide more insurance to people who maybe can't afford it. But it's so much less than it needed to be. It could have been so much more. And Zod says Obama, there was so much hope. He promised a lot and failed to deliver. I agree. It's a fair interpretation of Obama. Obama promised a lot. Like a lot. His whole thing was hope and change, and then failed to deliver on most of it. So we also have under Obama, we have the Iran nuclear deal. I think that's one of his best achievements, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I had to look at Obama's best achievements, Obamacare would be on there, even though it was so watered down. And then the Iran nuclear deal, that was a real good thing, because the U.S. is always so worried about Iran and them developing nukes, and so we developed this deal where we would sort of normalize relations, which I think is good for both countries. But we would be able to check that they weren't developing nuclear weapons. So, yeah, I think that Iran nuclear deal, big W. It only works in nations with small populations. The U.S. does not have sufficient funds to enable free healthcare. I don't think we really want to get into that debate right now.
That would be a hefty debate.
But that's not really what we're talking about with Obama. You know what I mean? We're sort of still far off that. And, some pretty big countries have free healthcare. So... You can make an argument for or against free healthcare. I don't think that is the right argument to make, but as Shad points out, whatever your position on healthcare is, healthcare in the United States is ridiculously expensive.
Yeah, like insulin. How much is insulin right now?
Oh, I forget. But compare the price of insulin in the U.S. versus Canada. It's crazy.
Yeah.
We're talking, 10x more expensive, maybe more. Is crazy. Yep, Shad points out, healthcare in the U.S. is ridiculously expensive.
Yeah.
Obamacare, it does a little bit, but not nearly enough.
Like, I think the statistic is, it might have changed because this was a while ago, or it was something. You could buy a plane ticket, fly to Italy, get heart surgery in Italy, vacation there for a week, and then fly back, and that would roughly be the same price as what it would be in the U.S.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of our northern states, they just they bus people to Canada to get insulin instead of buying it here because it's way cheaper. And also, the thing about our healthcare system is that, it's so ineffective and so expensive, but it wastes so much more money than a comparable say, nationalized healthcare system would. That's the issue, is that we're paying so much and we're getting nothing for it. So, and we have our healthcare debate going on in the chat. But basically, our healthcare system is expensive, more expensive than a free healthcare system would be, and yet we get nothing for it, and people can't afford healthcare. So it's crazy.
The healthcare's better here than most countries in terms of the quality of the care you get. We get that. That's like the one thing we get.
If you can afford it, right?
If you can afford
the
it,
average health outcomes are worse because people don't go for healthcare. I'll put it this way, if you're wealthy, then yeah, U.S. healthcare is great. Yeah. Fantastic for you. If you're middle class or below, you're going to have a hard time. I don't know about China's healthcare. I would assume it has free healthcare. It's like that's kind of like their thing.
Who?
China. It's a communist country, right?
I don't know the quality of their healthcare.
I have no idea. But China does have a pretty massive, increasingly wealthy middle class population. So I would assume that they have to have a healthcare system to deal with that. But yeah, I don't know. People in America will often avoid ambulances because of the cost.
I just had an experience with that, yeah.
Oh, what, your dad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We wouldn't take him in an ambulance, so I drove him.
Yeah, here's the thing, and, I feel like, anyone can talk about it, but, you really get it when you are American or you live in America, how fucked it is. If you have a medical emergency, you can't call an ambulance because it's too expensive. You just have to drive to the hospital or, have someone drive you or get an Uber. We can't even take ambulances to the hospital. Yeah. People won't go to the hospital. They won't, most people in this country don't have, a primary care physician. If anything happens, they'll just go to urgent care because that's the cheapest way to get it treated. Yeah. Especially if you don't have insurance. Yeah. So it's a disaster. And, yeah, I think a lot of the times, if you try to defend the system, it's probably just making excuses. Most people, even if you don't agree on the solution, will agree that our system is pretty terrible. Yeah. And something needs to be done. Then exactly. And then even if you have insurance, you get insurance companies who allow care unless you pay crazy high premiums.
It would be a lot cheaper. The Uber.
A lot cheaper.
We're talking, you break your arm, an ambulance comes and picks you up and takes you to the hospital, and that's $2,000.
Yeah, but
I don't know if that's the exact number. Don't quote me on it.
Yeah, but here's the thing:
it's expensive.
An Uber is definitely cheaper. Maybe not faster because the ambulance can flash the lights and go. The issue is, if you have let's say you all you have is a broken arm, then you don't need an ambulance. The issue is when it's a medical emergency, the point of the ambulance is it's twofold. One, to get you to the hospital fast.
And
two,
give you treatment.
To give you treatment while you're going. That's the issue, is that people have medical emergencies, and they just take an Uber to the hospital, and they don't get treatment while they're going.
But anyway, Obama.
Yeah. And also Otis. The U.S. is not tight on money. We're rolling in cash. Our issue is we just spend it all on the military. Yeah. And also the middle class would not want to shoulder that burden. What middle class? There is no middle class anymore. That's not how it works, man. Spend less in military. And also, if you were going to pay for something like that, you'd probably raise more taxes on corporations or the wealthy instead of the middle class, which... who even knows if that exists anymore? I don't know. But anyway, moving on from healthcare. We had the Iran nuclear deal. I think of course, the Russia's invasion of Crimea was under Obama. You didn't do nothing about it. That's a big L. And then one other positive is the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We talked about NAFTA, free trade.
We're not in that anymore.
Yeah, we're not in that anymore. We have free trade, or at least a degree of free trade with Canada and Mexico. TPP is free trade over the Pacific, mainly regarding China.
I did a presentation on that once.
Really?
Yeah.
I think the TPP was good because I'm a big pro-free trade. A lot of people don't like it. Trump literally withdrew from it, so that'll depend on your opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about Obama? JCH says on to Trump. Before we get on to Trump, we have to rate Obama. I think a guy who promised a lot and didn't deliver. I'm saying high-ish D.
I think right below Carter.
A Carter-like president. What do we think?
F I think is too much.
No, not F.
Well, I see an F.
I think Roy Dean was talking about Trump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What do we think about Obama? I think he's a high D, low C type guy. I think high D is fair. JCH says low D.
I can understand an argument for low D, but I would only put him there if the majority of people agreed with low D.
Yeah, I don't think he's a low D.
Like, I could live with it, but I think he's higher D, mid D. It's one of those two.
Yeah, and in my opinion, he's a sort of high D, low C type president.
Because like, he's no Harding, right? Yeah. He's no Nixon, he's no Adams. He's no Chester, he's no Reagan.
Yeah.
So he's at least above there.
I agree. I think Obama, and with Obama, it also really depends on your opinion and what you bring up and what you leave out. I think if you're more charitable, he's sort of a low C type president, one who promised a lot, didn't deliver, but achieved some of what he promised. If you're more uncharitable, he's more like a mid to low D type guy. Yeah. Someone who basically failed to live up to all of his promises and delivered nothing. I think this is probably a fair place to put him.
Yeah.
Trevor says hi D. Dennis says hello Ethans. I see you're still going. Yeah, the two Ethans are still going. One thing I like is that he felt like a president. Yeah, and you know, that's fair to address because we've addressed that with other people. Obama was a great speaker.
Oh, yeah, he was an amazing speaker.
Obama, he had that thing that we talked about with Reagan and JFK. You know, he felt like a good leader. He was a good speaker. He was pretty inspiring. Now, with Obama, he was seriously hampered by how polarized things were. So if you didn't like Obama, if you were, like, conservative, especially, like, Tea Party conservative, it didn't matter what he said, you wouldn't like him. But, yeah, Obama, you know, he was a good speaker. Off the teleprompter, not so much. I don't know. I think
I don't know enough about him.
I think Obama's pretty quick, even off the teleprompter. I don't know if you've seen just like sit-down interviews with the man, or just off the cuff, like his appearances in public. He was always good at meeting people. You know, the whole politician meet people, shake hands, interact with the public. He was always very good at that. I thought pretty quick-witted. So, yeah, I don't think it was just the teleprompter. I think Obama's a pretty talented speech deliverer. Yeah, he could form cohesive sentences. That's more than we could say about some. Okay, so from Obama on to Trump. Now, I mean, Obama's already political enough. This is the most political, you know? But we're not going to behave any differently. We're going to judge him how we judge the others as best we can. Obama. Trevor says about Obama, he likes Kendrick Lamar, A tier.
I can respect that claim, you know?
All right, Trump, Big Donnie. So, and I already mentioned this, so I'm going to bring it up again. Trump withdraws from the TPP.
Yes.
I think is a massive, massive L. You know, Trump is really anti-free trade. It's one of the things I think I like least about him.
Yeah.
He's so anti-free trade. He withdraws from the TPP. He renegotiates NAFTA for, I don't think, any particular reason. And he implements all of these tariffs and trade war on China, which I think is a disaster, right? I mean, I know that we have a lot of disagreements with China. We have a lot of competition. But, like, trade with China, and from the Chinese perspective, trade with the U.S. is essential. Yeah. We need that strong trade relationship. You know, we buy a lot of stuff. China makes a lot of stuff.
Even if you're against trade with China, getting out of the TPP is a horrible idea because they weren't in it. It was all of the Pacific countries that didn't want to trade with China. Yeah, we're like, let's make this cool group where we don't trade with them and we all trade with each other.
Yeah, I think the anti-free trade stuff is just a disaster. I think free trade is. And Zod says he's way better than Biden, but we got Biden and not applicable, so we're not ranking Biden, you know? We're not ranking Biden at this moment. So yeah, the anti-free trade stuff, not for me. Shad brings up the wall, so we'll bring up the wall. I think the wall is just a waste of time and money. Trump, obviously, in his 2016 campaign, he's very anti-illegal immigration. And, his whole thing was that he wanted to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. So, Mexico didn't pay for it. He built part of a wall. And it didn't really do much,
I get that we had to do something about illegal
immigration. The thing about
immigration.
illegal immigration, if you look at the research, is that most illegal immigration or most of the drug trade, a lot of this happens around points of entry.
Right.
And a lot of illegal immigration is people overstaying their visas or something like that.
Right.
And so to me, it seems like a wall is not necessarily the correct response to these
right.
problems.
So I feel like there are a lot of different ways you could have gone about this, not, spending a ton of money.
Yeah.
Ton of money. Because I saw somebody was talking about the U.S. being title money before. I don't think we necessarily are, but
no.
Spending it on the wall was... Ooh.
I think we've got lots of money. I don't think the wall was a good, a good spend. Farlow mentioned the criminal justice reform. That was, I don't like Trump. Duh. I think we know that, right? We all have biases here. I think criminal justice reform was one of the few things that he did well. He did the First Step Act, which allowed... basically allowed for easier reintegration and people leaving prison sooner. So yeah, I think that was the criminal justice reform was a good thing. So for Trump, we have, of course, in conservative tradition, we brought in tax cuts for the rich. So, tax cuts for the richest amongst us, that's following the trend of Reaganomics and trickle down, which I just don't think really works. So I don't think the tax cuts work. But despite the tax cuts, he raised spending even before COVID. Because obviously, spending had to rise during COVID for obvious reasons. I'm not going to blame him for that. But he was raising spending even before COVID while cutting taxes. How does that make sense? You know what I mean? You're definitely not going to get a surplus doing that.
Right.
Trump raised our debt massively. Obama raised it. Trump also raised it. We're getting to... Well, I think we'll get to COVID a little bit later. So he also left the Paris Climate Agreement. We didn't mention that with Obama, but it was a non-binding agreement to lower emissions, and Trump left it, which didn't practically do anything, but I guess it was a sign that the United States was not committed to tackling climate change, which I think is kind of an L. And then he boosted natural gas instead of renewables. Probably not bad for our Earth. And we talked about this earlier. He tried but failed to repeal Obamacare.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody remembers. And this is all very fresh in my mind because this was only the past couple of years. This is when we were in high school and college. Trump tried to repeal Obamacare, and he couldn't offer another plan to replace it, which that was the first strike. He couldn't control the Republicans, get them to support his non-plan. And there was this famous moment when they were doing this vote in order to repeal Obamacare, and then John McCain comes down. For those that don't know, John McCain is this very famous conservative politician. And John McCain basically he gave a thumbs down, indicating I'm not voting along with Trump, and Obamacare stayed. So he didn't manage to achieve that goal. Trump is one of those climate change isn't real kind of guys.
North Korea?
Yeah, I'm sort of mixed on North Korea because I always think it's good to open dialogues with adversaries or whatever we want to call them. So I think that's a good thing.
Seemed a little too close.
A little too close. they were good buddies.
Yeah.
There was also the whole when, and then it escalated weirdly with what do you call him, Rocket Man or something?
Rocket Man, yeah.
And then I sort of look at North Korea, and I'm pro sort of normalizing these relations. But what exactly did we get out of that? It feels like nothing really changed with North Korea.
They stopped testing missiles for a while.
But then
When did they start again? Did it start under Biden, or was it toward the end of Trump?
I think it was toward the end of Trump. It just feels like we didn't really make much progress with North Korea.
I know for a couple of years it was good, but I don't remember when it started going south.
The thing was, it wasn't like I guess there would be an argument to be made if like it was well under Trump and then stopped under Biden, but it was well under Trump in like 2016, 2017, and then sort of fell off.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think.
I just feel like it fell off, basically. What do we have? Yes, and so someone mentioned this. So we have immigration. So Trump massively decreased the number of refugees allowed in the country, and the United States already wasn't letting in that many. He employed a lot more ICE agents, the wall. Trump was, of course, very anti-immigration. And then, of course, and someone mentioned this, we had the Muslim travel ban. I think that was honestly one of Trump's worst policies, which was during his campaign, he promised to ban Muslims from immigrating to the country. How that... crazy thing to say, I think.
You know where most Muslims actually live?
Where?
Southeast Asia, not the Middle East.
Well, that was it. And so how this formed was that Trump basically restricted or banned immigration from several Muslim-majority countries for pretty unjustifiable reasons.
Yeah.
Just to ban Muslim immigration. And Shad says, relations with North Korea fell off during Trump's late presidency. Yeah. That was not under Biden. It's continued, it's just been the same under Biden. But yeah, the whole North Korea thing fell off under Trump, near the end of Trump. So yeah, I think the Muslim ban it's really a terrible thing. I mean, the United States, one of our things is sort of separation of church and state.
Yeah.
Freedom of religion. And so to even attempt to ban a particular religion of people, not good at it. We're getting very John Adams with restricting immigration and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So not good at all. And I mentioned this. We had the trade war with China, lots of tariffs, no free trade, reworked NAFTA. I'm very pro free trade. I know some people have a different opinion. That's fine, but that's not. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. He withdrew from... So, we talked about signing missile treaties with Russia during the Cold War. Well, we continued signing missile treaties with Russia. Trump withdrew, and it fell through. And we stopped.
Yeah.
So that was under Trump. Which, I don't love. He recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Once again, this is one that's going to be super contentious based on your opinion.
Yeah.
What I will say is that definitely didn't...
it didn't help...
No. It heated things up.
It heated things up, yeah.
So I would say just on that alone, I would probably disagree with that. Because, regardless of if whatever you think about Israel and Palestine, it's a complex, contentious issue, it really heated things up.
Yeah.
My biggest problem with Orange Man is he's extremely petty and unforgiving. Yeah, so, you have the personal aspect. I would say I only care about it as far as it plays into his presidency.
Yeah.
I think sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't. I think, the media was very into that during his presidency. They loved Trump. The media...
they still do.
They love him because he gives them so many viewers. They love him.
Yeah.
So, during the Trump presidency, it was just Trump on TV... all the time. And so...
Which was good and bad.
Yeah, I think it was mostly bad.
Yeah.
And the media, your CNNs and your Foxes and whatever, MSNBC and all these different... They love to focus on the petty stuff. And Trump said this, and Trump tweeted this, and Trump did this. Which, I just... I didn't think there was much to it. I didn't think there was any point to it most of the time.
Because there would be times where he would do something actually bad.
Yeah.
But then the next day you'd have an article come out
Trump
oh
drinks
my God,
11 Diet Cokes a day.
That's exactly what I was about to say. It's
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care how many Diet Cokes he drinks. And Dennis asked something interesting, which is immigration one of the big topics in the USA? Wondering since my government claps on the topic. Yes, it is. Now,
it's really big here.
I'd say it's not as big as it is in some European countries.
It used to be a lot bigger. Now it's more so become other things.
Yes. Also, immigration is one of our big issues. It's not like the biggest. Also, because we, as a percentage of population, we just have less immigrant. Like, in Europe, there was the whole migrant crisis and that sort of thing. Like, we didn't have anything similar to that.
We're also a country of immigrants.
Yeah.
So it's different.
It's more complicated here. But yes, immigration is a big issue here.
Yeah.
And Trump was a big part of that. He was really anti-immigration, illegal immigration, and so that he really kicked up a storm about that topic.
Here it's more of a thing of illegal immigration rather than immigration as a whole.
Yes.
We don't care where people come from for the most part. It's how they come in. That's more so the thing that's debated.
I guess that's the claim, but you
get what I mean.
The racial stuff ties up to it.
It does tie in, but yeah.
And Trump was more radical on that than most, like with the Muslim ban.
Yeah,
like that was crazy. A lot of people disagree with that, even maybe your more typically Republican people. Trevor says response to BLM protests. I would agree with that. I think that, it was a pretty chaotic time. We had the murder of George Floyd and the BLM protests, but Trump's response was not super great.
No.
I don't know if anyone remembers that instance where he basically cleared out with force a bunch of protesters so he could go stand in front of a church with the Bible. Trump's response to the BLM protest was basically, force first, which, not great. And he definitely, some leaders, I remember after MLK died, you have someone like RFK, Robert F. Kennedy, tries to smooth things over a little bit. That was not Trump's approach. I would say the thing about Trump is that he always heats things up. He always makes things more extreme. He's not good at de-escalation, right? Yeah. And so it's like, regardless of what you think about the protests or anything like that, Trump did a good job escalating everything.
Yeah.
Disagree with Trump putting the embassy in Jerusalem because it did not help.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
That's a particular opinion. I agree. I don't think it was a good idea to move the capital. And JHC says this is getting really, really political, which is to be expected. One, yes. Two, it's actually only as political as anything else that we've talked about. It's just that it's current politics.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of like we can't really avoid that.
What else we got?
Okay, what else do we have? We have pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal. Like I said, I really liked that Obama had done that, and so I thought I didn't see any reason to pull out. Trump made out like it was some sort of bad deal. I don't know. I thought it was perfectly fine, and Trump pulled out of it. We have Trump withdrawing troops from Syria, which then led Turkey to massacre the Kurds of the region. So, like I said, I'm generally anti-U.S. intervention, but when U.S. troops are the only bulwark against a massacre of the Kurdish people,
you kind of need them.
You kind of got to leave them there. We had the execution of Soleimani. I don't know if people remember that. One of Iran's top generals. Trump, struck him. I think it was like a drone strike, and they took him out. Obviously, Soleimani was a terrible guy, but that really escalated things with Iran. We've had bad relations with Iran for decades now. The Iran nuclear deal was a bit of an improvement. Trump pulled out. Soleimani. Our relations with Iran are really bad right now. Really, truly bad. World War III. Not quite World War III, but,
Yet.
Not yet. The Iran nuclear deal, it was good, bad, depending on your politics. But honestly, I don't know. Iran nuclear deal. We normalized relationships with Iran, and we confirmed that they're not building a nuke. I feel like that's a good path to go. You can't have it both ways. We were either interventionist or not. I don't think so. I think some are good and some are bad, right?
Yeah,
I'm generally more anti-intervention, but it's kind of like sometimes an intervention is the best solution.
Stopping a genocide, good. Overthrowing somebody's political leader, even if they're elected, because we don't like them.
Yeah, bad. Yeah, things. And I always say this: things are good and bad. just because something's an intervention doesn't mean it's made equal. Some are good and some are bad. And sometimes it can be difficult to tell.
Yeah.
So I err towards non-intervention because I think typically it causes more issues than it solves, but sometimes I think it is the right path to go down.
Right.
It can be a hard thing to decide, but yeah, that's sort of my take on intervention. Yeah, Iran agrees to nuclear deal, gets punished for it. You gotta imagine if you're Iran, you're like, all right, we got this nuclear deal under Obama. You know, it really offends us that you need scientists to come and check on us, but fine. And then Trump gets in, pulls out, kills one of their top generals. They're like, what the hell? We agreed to this thing. Okay, what else do we have? We're fading in our yeah, so then there's like the personnel turnover, cabinet corruption. We all know, especially in the early days, there was such high turnover in Trump's cabinet. There were so many different people. You know, probably not a great thing for a president to have. And then we get to COVID. We're getting sort of now to later in Trump's presidency. COVID. I think a pretty bad response overall. Pretty dismissive initially, right? When probably should have been a little more responsive initially.
Got the vaccine out.
Yeah, so that's the good part. So I think overall response to COVID not great, but Trump did fast track development of the vaccine, which I think was good. Though it's sort of funny to me that he fast tracks development of the vaccine, and when the vaccine is initially released, he champions it as this great achievement. But then as the right turns against the vaccine, Trump is forced to sort of leave behind his own achievement and say, you know, there were several rallies at the time during COVID where Trump would say, you know, and we've developed this beautiful vaccine. And then the crowd would boo because they hated the vaccine. And so then you saw Trump's speeches, and he'd be like, well, you can take it if you want, but if you don't want to, don't take it. And people would still boo because they don't like the vaccine.
Yeah.
But yeah, fast-tracking the vaccine, that was a W. It was a pretty... The vaccine side of things was impressive, you know, the fast-tracking it and getting it out to people for free, that sort of thing. I guess it was just the rest of the COVID response was not great.
Yeah, he was generally against the quarantines.
He was against the quarantines. He was just really sort of dismissive from the outset when like more rapid action could have been called for. And then of course we get to, you know, it's sort of hard not to mention like impeachment and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, just a lot of it's political showboating, right?
Yeah.
And then we get to the 2020 election, right? And this really depends on your opinion, right? So I think on just looking at the facts, Trump loses the 2020 election, Biden wins, but then Trump basically tries to delegitimize it by saying, no, they cheated and all this, and they've done investigations in, you know, Arizona and Pennsylvania and all these different states, and, you know, they haven't found any evidence of mass voter fraud. I remember there was a case of voter fraud, but it was Republican voter fraud, so it's, you know, they just didn't find the evidence of mass voter fraud that it would take to, like, prove that the election was stolen. And the dial of 2020 presidential election was the final nail in the coffin for Trump, right? And so I think, you know, denying a legitimate election, not a good look for a leader of your, you know, supposedly legitimate country.
Yeah.
Yep. Trump endorsing bleach and hydroxychloroquine, which were dangerous and hilarious when he tried to treat COVID with that. That was pretty silly. And then the ensuing events, this is the last thing we're going to get to with Trump, that sort of led from that was, of course, January 6th.
Yeah.
Which, once again, is so political, but I remember when it first happened, you could talk to almost anybody, and they would agree that it was a disaster, you know? I mean, it was a pretty terrible event, and it was caused by Trump denying the election and then basically refusing to calm his people down. I mean, many people remember during one of the presidential debates, when Trump was asked about the Proud Boys, he said, "Stand back and stand by." That was like, okay, that doesn't seem like, you're not denouncing them. You're telling them to stand back and stand by. And so Trump basically gins up his supporters into January 6th, and I remember watching it live, and many of you do as well. Trump basically refused to say anything for the longest time, and reports came out that Trump refused to send in the troops to stop it, refused to send in the National Guard. He basically refused action. And so it took basically the nearby states sending in the National Guard and Congress working around the president with the executive branch in order to put a stop to January 6th, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy thing to do. And so, that's basically it for Trump, I think. I think January 6th was a really bad.
So where did we put him?
Oh, God. All right. All of that. Where do we think we put Trump? What are people thinking? I mean, just for me, really bad. Like, really bad.
Yeah, I think... yeah.
I think, terrible response to COVID. I think the Muslim ban, attempts to waste money to build the wall. It's bad stuff. Bad stuff here. The sort of, like, he definitely didn't do anything good for our democracy.
Right. I think I would put him right below Reagan.
Yeah. He's definitely low D.
Yeah.
I'm kind of finding it tough because, I don't know. Bush is, yeah. He's definitely low D.
I don't think he's F.
No. No.
He's not letting the KKK march around Washington.
So you think he's right below? How do I?
Yeah, right below.
Right below Reagan. Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't start any new conflicts. You can't put him in F. Well, we could. We could do whatever we want, but I think we're putting him in low D.
I don't think he's F.
I think that's I think we have a little more time with Obama, but I think with Trump, definitely, it's sort of a wait and see type deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
who knows? You could completely turn around and go to, like, B in the future. I don't know how that could happen, but, like,
I doubt it.
Who knows?
But we could reconsider his. I'm sort of having a hard time with the facts that we have both, like, D tier is Jimmy Carter, Obama, Grover Cleveland, also Trump. Feels like Trump is definitely a lot worse. Like,
Yeah.
If there was a tier in between D and F, that's probably where Trump and Bush would go. If we made a tier above F and it said F but too hard to judge because too present, I'd probably put Trump and George Bush in it. But we don't have that.
Yeah. What are they saying?
You can't be behind Wilson. We all know Wilson belongs in F. Yeah, people just hating Wilson again. I guess we'll stick with what we have.
Yeah.
My inclination is that Trump belongs lower, but the chat seems to approve of this placement. So
here's what we've got.
And so we've gone to 3 hours 40 minutes. So we're going to go through the tier list and then we're going to end it for today. So and we're not ranking Biden because he's president right now. So we can't rank him yet. So we don't need to go through the whole thing. I guess I'll go through it and I'll say some of the things that I might have done. Oh my God, not again. I keep clicking the wrong button. And I'll say some of the things that I might have done differently if this was my tier list individually. And yeah, we've had a string of below average presidents. So, because this is sort of a bit of a combo tier list between myself, you, and the chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
I see chat's debating about Biden right now, but Biden's not over yet, so we can't judge him yet.
Yeah.
We have to...
I think we have a good idea of where he would be, but...
I don't think he'd be F. I'm going to be honest.
I
don't think he's a good president, but...
He's definitely not above C. I think that could be a...
Yeah, he's not above C, but F? Jeez. We have Trump in D, and you want to put Biden in F? He's definitely not F. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know what you have that would put him all the way down in F. Like, something that bad? Like, geez Louise. I don't want to debate Biden, but he has done the Inflation Reduction Act, which was good.
I have no idea. I don't follow politics
So that's
anymore.
and he pulled out of Afghanistan. So those are two good things he did. But I don't want to debate Biden. But I think to be an F, I mean, you have to truly cause some sort of like humanitarian disaster.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Shad listed the same two good things that I did. I think Biden's done a lot of bad things, you know? I agree. And the Afghanistan pullout was messy, but I think it had to happen. And I think it took, you know.
All right, so how many did we end up getting in D? What is that, 10, 16?
16. Not bad. Pulled out of Afghanistan. Are you kidding? More likely handed it over to the Taliban. What would you have done, Zods? What would you have done? Stayed? I know you're a Brit, right? As Americans, we don't want to be in Afghanistan. And I will say, this is a bipartisan thing. Trump wanted to pull out of Afghanistan. You know, it was Trump's plan that Biden executed. So, you know, we don't want to be in Afghanistan. The only way to leave was to hand it over to the Taliban. There was no other way to do it. Like, there was no other power base in Afghanistan to turn to. So, you know, there was a way to pull out. No, there just wasn't. I'm sorry. There wasn't a way to pull out without handing it over to the Taliban. If Trump had pulled out, Trump would have done the same thing, and I would have praised Trump for it. Because I think it was a good move. I think it was a necessary move to pull out of Afghanistan. It had to happen. I think if you think that it, you know, somehow it could have happened and not been handed over to the Taliban, I think that's just naive. I agree the pullout was messy and it didn't go well, but yeah, 13 people would have died no matter what we did. Yeah, I think so. I think more probably could have died. Yeah, absolutely, JHC. Yeah. So, if I was doing the tier list, I definitely would have put FDR in S tier.
Yeah,
right?
I know. We've had that conversation.
We had this conversation. FDR is one of my favorites. What else? Maybe JFK in C tier.
I would concur.
What do I think? No, the rest of this is probably all right. Maybe I might have put Obama in low C. I'm kind of torn on that. Honestly, I might have made another tier in between F and D, and I might have shuffled someone like Trump down and shuffled someone like Bush up. Or maybe some of the low D tiers would have moved down a tier into like an extra tier in between D and F. Ethan, please add Honorius to the S tier. That's funny. Perkinos. I'm pretty pro-American Empire. I'm even supportive of the initial invasion of Afghanistan, but I don't want us to fight the Taliban forever. That's just stupid. Nation building sucks. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Anyway, I don't want to get stuck on that too badly. So yeah, I might have, because to me at least, I do feel like it seems Trump is like pretty really bad, and I don't necessarily think that someone like Carter or someone like Obama or some of the guys at the top of D belong in the same tier as some of the guys at the bottom. That's how I'd put it.
Right.
Feels like there's more of a delineation between the D tiers than we have present here. But yeah, that might be what I would do different. I don't know. What do you think, Kevin?
In terms of S, I think I might move Jefferson into S.
Wow, okay.
I agree. I would move JFK down to C. Maybe maybe slide LBJ further down in the C ranking.
Yeah.
Like, I might do that. But other than that, I think, yeah, it's...
Some of these, it honestly sort of depends on the day. Like, with an LBJ, is like, depending on, you know, whether I'm thinking more about Vietnam or his domestic policy, he might slide up and down the C tier.
Yeah.
Today, we sort of kept him roughly in the middle. JCH disagrees with the Arthur ranking, Chester A. Arthur. Okay.
Well, what are we thinking then?
I'm fine with where we have him, but I'm curious what JCH's argument is. People want Wilson lower. I mean, maybe lower than Hoover, but not lower than Van Buren.
No.
Not lower than Pierce. Like I said, I think we definitely could have made like a in between D and F tier and placed a couple of these guys in it.
Yeah.
Basically, the bottom of D tier is like its own level of bad in between the top of D tier and F.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's sort of shown by the separate line, you know? We have this line here, and then this line here.
Yeah.
And they might as well be separate tiers for all it's worth, sort of in my opinion. So I agree with you that Wilson's definitely lower than all the guys up top. But yeah, I think if we moved Wilson to F, we'd have to move a lot of other guys to F. And F is still somewhat supposed to be like an exclusive tier.
Yeah.
You know?
Just like S is.
Just like S is, yeah. The Chinese Exclusion Act wasn't even strictly enforced. It was enforced.
Whether or not it's enforced or not, he still agreed to pass it.
Yeah,
it's not necessarily... Well, technically, he's part of the executive. It is his job to enforce it. But...
I think what we just landed on was the Chinese Exclusion Act was like one of the worst pieces of legislation in American history.
Yeah. And
he's only ended... I mean, this is sort of like mid-low D. So, you know... How about a 1 to 44 video? Oh, I think we've done enough U.S. presidential rankings. You guys rated Bush F. That's kind of high. Is S, A, and B impossible for anyone to achieve? Again, you mean like going forward?
I don't think so. I
kind of think so. I think if in the current political climate, yes, it's impossible to achieve.
I'm saying long term.
I think if that changes, then yes, you could have a B, an A, or an S. Hey, wait a minute. I said S tier is exclusive, and then Kevin said he would sneak in Jefferson, so that was not my argument. I would put FDR in S tier.
No, he slipped me a note before we started just to say that.
Yeah.
Vice President
Teddy made the act permanent. Look it up. Yeah, look, I think Teddy did a lot of bad stuff in terms of foreign policy, immigration, that sort of thing. I might have Teddy even a little lower, but you know that this is how it ended up with the community and Kevin's input. So yeah, he bears some responsibility for that too. But so does Chester A. Arthur. I mean, I don't think Chester A. Arthur is left of all responsibility. No, he has to. He has to lay claim to that. So. There you go.
U.S. Senator tier list.
Oh, God. U.S. Senator tier list. Zod says FDR is an S tier. Light, I could live with FDR in S. I'm with Ethan. JCH, keep FDR out of S. Maybe we should do a poll. How about that?
Should we?
Why not? We always do a poll every one of these streams. You know what I mean? We'll do a poll, and then I think FDR will probably still land in A tier, but which tier for FDR? And then S or A? All right. Vote, everybody. I will abstain because there's two of us here, so we'd vote different ways. So I might as well just not vote. Yeah. Yeah. Strong A. We'll wait until we get, I don't know, somewhere close to 15 votes. But most people we'll wait until we'll let it go for like a minute or two longer, and then we'll assess. But it seems like FDR will remain in A tier. I definitely think FDR ranks up there with Washington and Lincoln. For me, S tier is basically about like fundamental benefit to the country. I think Washington, basically started the thing. Lincoln saved our country from civil war. I think FDR saved our country from what consequences could have emerged from the Depression and led us through World War II. In my opinion, that raises FDR right up to the top. Also, when you want to talk about Bismarck. Well, we're doing a Bismarck series right now.
Right.
So that's where the Bismarck references come from. And then I also think that if you look at sort of the modern American state, the modern American government, a lot of that was built by FDR. So for me, FDR is easily an S tier. Easily. But I understand that people disagree with that. All right. I think we're resting here at 10 votes. Hey, anybody get your votes in? I'll give you like a minute more. Get your votes in, and then we'll end it. But yeah, FDR had, of course, there were negatives. The Japanese internment camps are by far, let's be honest, they're by far the biggest negative.
Oh, yeah.
By far.
It's a big one. It's a pretty big one.
And then you have not allowing enough Jewish immigrants. And I think the internment camps are way worse because the sort of Jewish immigration, that's more a lack of action than proactive.
We also didn't know how bad it was at the time.
Well, we knew
it was going real far south.
Yeah, we knew at a certain point.
Yeah.
We definitely knew. There's a great book about that. All right. Seems like FDR stays in A tier, which is where he was anyway. We had negatives for FDR. Japanese internment was terrible, and there's lack of Jewish immigration, and then Supreme Court packing, like on a bad scale. I don't even think that ranks that bad, though it is a negative. For me, the positives for FDR, everything he did for America, absolutely shoots him into F. His achievements are pretty incomparable, in my opinion. And like I said, S tier. It's not for S tier. You can be in S tier for two different reasons, right? Either you're perfect, or the positives are so good that you end up in the in the S tier. Like Lincoln's not perfect. He has some negatives, absolutely, but the positives outweigh the negatives. I think of FDR in a similar way, with bigger negatives, which is he has positives, he has negatives, but the positives are so great that they outweigh the negatives. S tiers for wartime leaders who don't resort to internment camps.
That's funny.
I think Lincoln did a little bit of rights violating during the Civil War. Yeah, I think FDR is easily S tier. For me, even on this list, he's number 3.
Yeah.
I think also I'd probably move Jefferson above Teddy. I wouldn't move him into S, but I would have Washington, Lincoln, FDR, Jefferson. That'd be my top 4. Honestly, after 4, it gets a little bit more vague for me. That'd be my top 4. Light wants to put us on S tier for guiding us through this tier list. Yes. All right.
Thank you.
I think we're truly done with this tier list. We're not. We'll crack 4 hours. Another.
Yeah.
Oh, how long was
another 3 minutes?
How long was the last one? Yeah. Wow. The last one was 3 hours 44 minutes. This was going to be about 4 hours. So we went longer than last time, and we had less presidents to look at.
Less presidents.
So it definitely got really political this stream. How could it not?
Yeah.
It's unavoidable that it got political. The thing is, when you talk about modern presidents, there's no way that it can be non-political. It's really impossible.
Personally, because I know this is something Ethan and I had discussed beforehand when he eventually got me to sign on for this.
Eventually. Like I was lobbying.
I was kind of against going with Obama and Trump because I felt like they were too recent. But keep in mind that is something that we were thinking about, and we know that like that could very easily change within the next 10 years, even like the next 2. Like that could drastically change.
Definitely.
So,
will we update the list when Biden is done?
Maybe.
Have like a 15-minute stream? Maybe. Thank you both. I hope the CIA makes it quick and painless. Yeah, no, we're obviously cognizant of the political aspect and how we can't rate, Obama or Trump as fairly as the rest of them.
Right.
But particularly, I decided I still wanted to do it. I mean, I'm pretty outspoken. I find myself being a bit of a fence sitter sometimes, but I have my opinions.
Although I do think it would be interesting if we gave it a couple of years and redid the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
It might completely change how we would place everybody. You
I
never
agree.
know what's going to come out.
I think we redid this stream in like 5 years, both due to new information, due to
different living
circumstances, due to differences in ourselves, all that sort of stuff. The list very well could change. And Shaheen, a member for 8 months, hell yeah. DeSantis 2024, what do you think? That's an interesting question. No, I don't think so. I don't think he has a chance.
I don't think so either.
I think Trump is still easily the front runner on the right, even with all the legal trouble he's in. Trump is easily the front runner.
That and he botched his announcement.
Yeah, I think DeSantis, first of all, he's one of the most boring, uncharismatic politicians I've ever seen. 2, the announcement was totally botched. It just didn't go that well. And then 3, I think, Trump just has a way of appealing to the public, to his base. Yeah. DeSantis just doesn't have it. He doesn't have the charisma. He doesn't know how to talk. The issues he focuses on are just not as widely appealing. Like, I think he said the word woke, like, 30 fucking times in his announcement.
Yeah.
It's just not as broadly appealing as what Trump does. Trump knows how to appeal to the people, to mix in those culture war issues, but then also the very real economic issues. So no, I don't think DeSantis has a chance. I really don't. All right, so that was our tier list. I doubt we'll get DeSantis in 2024. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Thank you for all of your perspectives and takes. You were very vocal, which I appreciate. I mean, obviously we have different opinions at times, but I appreciate everyone giving their opinions. Roy Dean 2024, maybe so. I gotta do the classic, if I can get it to open. I gotta do the classic Discord shout out. There we go. If anybody's interested on continuing this discussion or talking about the channel or talking about history, we mostly talk about history, not politics, then please join the Discord. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you to Kevin for coming for both streams.
Why, thank you.
I think we can all agree that he did a fantastic job. He's not usually on camera that much.
That is true.
So I think he did great. When's the next stream? I don't know. The reason we're doing this today is because I'm moving on Wednesday. I'm moving out to start my master's degree. So I'm going to be quite busy over, especially the next couple of days, the next week moving. So I don't know when the next stream is going to be, but I'll try to keep you guys updated. But yeah, thank you everybody for stopping by. Thank you to Kevin. I had a good time with this. Yeah.
Whoa.
Masters.
Kevin Coolidge. Whoa.
Kevin Coolidge.
Hold on there.
Didn't even spell your name right. Kevin Coolidge. Yeah, Master's Student React. I'm gonna keep the History Student Reacts because I'll still be a history student. But yeah now I can do the Graduate Student Reacts. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here, and I will see you all next time.